I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Paradise Irrigation District Board of Directors, Wednesday, April 17th, 2013 at 6:30 p.m. If I can have a roll call, please, Georgiana.
Director Fletcher?
Here.
Director Hunt?
Here.
Director Corolla?
Here.
Director Kellogg?
Here.
Here. Okay. Do I have a motion for the approval of the consent calendar? Or did anybody want to have anything removed?
Just looking at it twice.
I move we approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second. I'd like to have some. The consent calendar has water-ish underneath it. I've got marked pages, iPad page 34. I think that's consent calendar.
Is it just a question, or do you want to discuss?
I want to talk about it. I've got several things on the consent calendar I'd like to talk about.
What section's that in?
It's on page 33.
Is it the staff
iPads.
report?
That would be staff report, isn't it?
Maybe
Yeah.
it's a staff report and not the calendar. That's very possible.
Is that where that's at, Kevin?
Is this part of the staff report?
Okay.
Oh, okay, so I don't need to do anything about it if it's a staff report.
Field staff.
You don't have any questions then?
No, if it's under the staff report, then I can ask questions then.
Okay. Well, no, we had to pull it out. No, so,
I see, there it is. March staff report and billing report. Yeah, I'd like to pull that out and go over it.
so,
I'll amend the motion to remove 2B from the consent agenda.
okay, to remove 2B. Do I have a second? Okay. Vote to, on the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes 5-0.
No, I haven't voted yet.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say aye.
I'll abstain.
You'll abstain. Okay. So it passes 4-0, 1 abstain. And so do I have, let's do a vote on the consent calendar as amended. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. And that passes 5-0. Okay. Public participation. Individuals will be given an opportunity to address the board regarding matters not scheduled on the agenda. Although the board cannot take action on any matter not on the agenda, comments will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Opportunity for the public to comment on agenda items will be provided at the time they are discussed by the board, with comments limited to 5 minutes per agenda item. Does anybody from the public have anything they'd like to bring up that's not on the agenda this evening? No? Okay. We'll move on. Let's address item number 2B from the consent calendar. And Bill, what were your questions or comments on that?
I've got several pages marked, and I'll just go
Okay.
from one page to the next.
Okay. Just tell Kevin what page you're on so we can...
iPad page 47. This is on the shaded fuel removal grants. I was surprised to see the cost that it had been to the district. I was somehow under the understanding that we weren't putting this much effort into it. But we spent $20,000 on it. But I think it's good to understand, we're going to talk about the forest thing later on the agenda, that this is what you get into in clearing by hand and handwork and so forth on the forest. So that when you get to the other agenda item, it may not seem like it's all that much money, being that this was for 64 acres, hand clear and do the understory. And this is the same acreage the Forest Service plans are going to be on, right, George?
Actually, we're talking about more than that.
Okay. But, so I wanted to mention this for you to have some idea in your minds about what the costs are.
For clarification, what is FHP and the SFB for the public? The headings there?
I have it noted as FHP is their Little Butte Creek Forest Health Project. That was
Thank you. There is a...
that Butte County Fire Safe Council received, and then the one below that SFB is the Little Butte Creek Shaded Fuel Break Phase 2. Those are the official names of the grants.
Okay.
And Jim, do you recall how much of that grant dollars were going to be refunded for that expense?
30% of the SFB, because it only amounted to $3,900, and of FHB, our time was approximately close to $13,000.
Okay.
Were they going to refund any of that?
Yes, we're being refunded.
Oh, so for most all our labor, we're getting paid for then?
Most of it, there was a cap that we exceeded, but I didn't know if you
The
remember.
cap for the second one, the SFB, we were only allocated about $3,900 for our labor. And considerably more, and that was just about how the grant, Callie Jane packaged the grant and what was available in that grant. There was considerably more acreage that we wanted to do.
Okay, thank you, Jim, for clarifying that. Go ahead, Bill.
On the lake, PID, lake permit comparison, 2001,
Already looking
page
pretty good.
51. Because it's yearly, I don't know, well, I guess we can compare them. It looks like we're a little bit ahead of 2012 and 2011, so we're increasing our income there, which looks good for the amount of work we've done on the lake, and it's a positive thing. Huh?
I would probably attribute that to January and February driest on record. Probably contributed to that extra.
Oh, no, less rain,
Yeah.
so more people went up there.
So there was a plus side to not having rain, okay.
No,
I don't know if I'll trade that off. I don't know if I'll trade that off, yeah,
I didn't say that.
yeah.
I think another thing that maybe contributed to it that I just found out about today, I was up watching the fish dump and I was talking with Dave and others, by having someone on the weekends, people are more apt to put money in the pot if they know a patrolman's around there. That was kind of the consensus. In fact, a couple of the people from the community confirmed it. So maybe the dry weather and having Dave aboard on the weekends helps. Has that happened in the past, George, or is it this?
No, the only reason Dave stayed on was for
Was
the
because
forest
I
health.
realized that it earned all of his money right there, as far as I'm concerned. Watching what they've done. Good.
What I've heard in the office is that there's more people buying combo passes because of the break.
The reduced rate and the break.
Reduced rate.
Exactly. I've
There's
had
a lot of explanation going on to the customers that if you want to do this and you do this, it could cost you more, and then this way. So it's kind of it's information to the customers that are now are buying both passes at once instead of buying one and then coming back in and buying the other.
Is that happening here at the lake? Both places, both places.
Everything's we now have it purchased through here, and then they have a receipt that goes up to the lake to get the permit.
So actually, the fee change has helped then.
The combination.
Combination, yeah.
Definitely accelerated the business, for sure.
Yeah.
Then iPad, page 53. And I always ask for this one, is to see what the difference is. We're down to, I guess, 6.11% of unaccounted water, or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, unaccounted water.
yeah.
Unaccounted. Well, they both say the same thing.
Percent,
One is
1%.
percent and one is volume.
Oh,
Volume.
okay, volume. Okay.
Volume is red, percent is the
Okay.
blue.
Usual thing with me, I haven't really looked at it that hard. I think it's important that we mark this sort of thing. We need to keep that up. I'm always worried that we're not fixing enough pipes or replacing them. That eventually this thing's going to go the other direction. But I'm very happy it's going the direction it is.
In the finance committee, we found out that if we charged every customer $5,800, we could fix all the pipes immediately. That's how much it's going to
You going to
cost.
sign up, Larry?
No, no, but I mean, it's not going to be cheap
No, I already
to
knew
replace
that.
the bad pipes.
Yeah, we already asked about that. That's
Well-
why I keep wanting to, if we can do a little bit at a time,
That's what
then
we're
we'll get
talking
there, and we're not doing any.
But we're doing very little. at a
Yeah,
time.
right now, this year it's zero, according to the records I've got here.
But it's not, comments have been made that we're right it's right around the corner getting all our pipes fixed, and it isn't.
No, I've never said that.
Not you, no, the public.
Oh, no, it's going to take years. That's why I was saying we've got to
By the time,
do
it's
work as we go.
like Golden Gate Bridge, by the time they finish painting it, they gotta start over again.
Yeah.
The same with pipes.
Well, hopefully we'll put in better pipes. We're putting in better pipes that have longer lives than the one we're taking out. I looked at the billing report. It's on page 55. And it was interesting to see that our income is up, even though it's been sort of a dry spring, and we haven't, wasn't looking at total water used and so forth. Yeah, it was actually down from last year by quite a bit, but our income is up, and on both sides. So that's the rate increases we've passed and recently. They're showing up. So
A lot of that's going to be attributed to more usage. Service remains the same. Service billing remains basically the same, or is that up?
Service went up too.
January 1st. January 1st.
Yeah, each January.
From the way we started it, I keep thinking it was supposed to be June 1st, but
No,
it's
Consumption
July
is
1st.
Our consumption revenue is actually down even with the rate increase because consumption's down.
Yeah.
consumption's down, and the service charge is up, and the total charges billing is up. So, and what is the next one I got marked? This A-tank thing where are we billing the contractor because he didn't get it done on time, or what is that?
There's liquidated damages in the contract, so every day past the number of work days they were allowed, they pay a fee or a fine. And we put those in there because we have to hire an expert engineering firm in painting and in welding and all of those things. And so that's why we have the liquidated damages. That's why there's needing to be an extension to the engineering contract so that they're here for the
Of that
duration.
one.
Did you want to go back, Ken, to something else?
No, I was
Well,
just
actually, that
saying
part-
that discussing the A-tank thing that we've already voted on isn't a part of the scope of 2B that we removed from the consent
It's actually in
calendar.
2C.
Yeah, you're out of 2B.
Oh, I'm out of 2B?
Yep.
Ran out of 2B.
Yep. Or not 2B.
Not to be, yeah. Let's see if, I think I've run out of things to ask. too.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. I'm done.
Thank you for that explanation on that. Anyway, George, even though we were out of 2B and into 2C. Okay, was that it, Bill?
I move we accept 2B as received in the report.
Okay, do I have a second? I'll second it.
Good.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, committee reports and presentations. Oral board reports regarding the representation. Public participation.
We did
No, I
it
did that.
already.
I did that. I jumped back.
He did
Yeah,
that
you messed
right
me
after.
up. Okay.
Then he came back.
Committee reports.
I was sleeping, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. Oral board reports regarding the representation on commissions and committees. First one is Butte LAFCO, which is Director Duncan. Larry, regale us.
Right, we met on the, a lot of things have happened since April the 4th. Okay, we met on April the 4th, and we agreed on a agreement with the executive officer of, approved a 3-year extension of his employment contract, but it's still reviewed every year, and he didn't get any increases on his wages, much like our manager didn't. And then we had a public hearing on the budget, and the first reading, and no one has come forward questioning our budget like they did in the past. Gridley did a couple of years ago. So that our budget is close to being approved. With it, our fees are going up by 10%. We haven't raised them in 4 years. But the interesting thing is the formula is based on revenue, and though our fees went up by 10%, they're going for PID, the fees are going down to $47.61 from $63.01 because our revenue was down for the prior year. And I think that has a lot to do with grants and stuff like that. So that's an interesting thing. So there's where revenue going down helps us. Okay, and then we're still battling with the city of Chico. They keep wanting to extend services to property that isn't in their boundaries, and we're making them annex some of these properties. We've given them 6 months to do so. If they don't do it, I don't know what we're going to do, but we're trying to make them follow the rules. That's basically what we did.
Thank you, Larry. Next one is Butte County Special Districts Association. That is Director Hunt.
We met on Tuesday, April 2nd. There were a couple topics of business. One was in regard to the PID request for a refund of 2 general membership meeting dinner reservations. That request was denied. And then the real crux of the meeting was about whether the people who were involved there felt that the Butte County Special Districts Association should continue on or disband. Is it still serving a purpose? There was, a lot of grumbling about the fact that many times there's not a quorum present to conduct business. Then we used to meet once a month, and then it was cut down to 4 times a year, thinking that would help improve it, but that hasn't improved it. It was probably a lot easier for people to realize when the meeting was and to show up when they had them scheduled every month. So some of the format is being discussed. A lot of the people who were there, it seemed like the consensus was they wanted to continue on with the entity, I guess. So there was discussion then about what to do to generate interest in it and what we should be trying to do. So there were a lot of ideas that went back and forth. It was actually a pretty nice meeting. A couple of the things that people are wanting to get is that we're going to be sending out advance notice of the meetings to the members, asking the members to help make the agenda. Like, what is going wrong in your district? What is going right in your district? Share that with us. Give it to us. Put it on the agenda so that the other districts can hear your success stories and also hear your problem issues. Because the other districts may have interest in success stories that will be germane to their particular problems. And especially the problems, it's kind of like shopping for help. This is a thing that we're looking at. How has anybody else run across it in recent years? So we're going to be not only imparting legislative information. It kind of fell away apparently over the last 6 months since Mike Glaze has been gone, or however long he's been gone. A year, I guess. And they're finding a way to get that information back. One of the things that there was a suggestion to ask the districts who are staffed in such manner where legal counsel is available at board meetings and provides updated information about topics of interest, as we do with an oral report from Dustin, that perhaps those districts could share that information that Dustin brings forth to us and then put it in a product and in a communication so that we can then provide it to the Special Districts Association, and they will then share in that information. Now, they didn't pay for any of it. We did, but it's a good thing if it may be germane to a lot of the special districts' needs. So there. I may make a recommendation at some point for the next board meeting, for example, to ask our attorney to prepare a written report instead of a verbal report. There will be some additional expense in that, so the board would need to approve that if we want to do it. That way there would be a report that is already made on a monthly basis that we could then collect and provide to the Special District Association in regard to broadcasting general topics, like, the pipe suit that we have going on and things going on with the water that's got to flow down through and all of the issues that we're involved in. Anyhow, they decided they're going to keep it going for now, and like I said, it was kind of a lively meeting, and it ran quite a long time. And that was it. Our next meeting, is June 4th.
Wasn't the Special Districts Association formed to fight the governor at that time who was taking monies from the districts, tax money? We never got it. The districts never got it back. I remember the cemetery lost, because half of their budget is property taxes, and they lost $10,000 or $20,000 and never got it back.
I think there was a dual reason for it being formed. At the time, special districts weren't represented at LAFCO. And in order for us to be represented at LAFCO, we had to have an organization to bring up the nominations and so forth. Since then, LAFCO likes us being there, so they've taken that over for us, so that helps. The other thing was what you said. It was to one voice to go to LAFCO and to the county. Now, a thing that was brought up at the last meeting was the recreation district just got their fees increased by the county by $20,000. And so to me, this is something that this organization should be able to help him with, to see. Because I don't think it's fair if they're hitting one special districts and not others. The bad thing is we've got over 50 special districts in Butte County, but only 6 or 7 of them have a staff big enough to really run this agency. And so that, I think that those 6 agencies are getting tired of doing most of the work. And that's probably part of it too.
So that's my report for the Butte County Special District Association.
Okay, thank you, Director Hunt. Paradise Lake Recreation Committee, Directors Flesher and Hunt, and Kent, looks like you're up again.
We met on Tuesday, April 2nd, in the board. Wait a minute here.
That was on April 10th.
Yeah, Wednesday, April 10th. I picked up the same one I had in my hand. There was a dissemination of information. The project updates on the shaded fuel break, grant application for the Paradise Lake North boat launch, updating the watershed health improvement project, and with the Butte Resource Conservation District, Paradise Lake recreation activity. From Greg was largely just the activity that's going on there. The kids' fishing day, they're getting ready, doing, I don't know how many drops of fish there were. I think 3 that were dropped in. I think the last one was this Monday, and that was the trophy trout that were dropped in.
Today.
Yeah, there was another one today.
There was
catchables.
The catchables today. Yeah, the fish are pretty confused when they hit the water. Well, that wasn't brought up in the meeting, but I saw it on Monday. Some of them tried to even swim up on the land, and Greg, or maybe Jim told us, or Greg told us, he says, be ready, because some of the fish are going to come trying to swim up this way. We need to coax them back into the water.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing they get a little time to acclimate themselves before people try to hook them and get them out of there.
I'd be hungry by Saturday.
Well, they looked hungry then.
Yeah, exactly.
All across the lake was spreading out. You could see where they were popping up on the surface eating bugs. So they were already going on. It was reported that the prizes that were generated We'll cover first place, second place, and third place for the largest fish caught. And it's a guided bass fishing expedition on Lake Oroville. So the 3 heaviest trout, I guess, or is that how the measurement goes, is by weight? Will win those 3 prizes. I understand that those were donations. And there was a private donation of an individual who donated $320 to make sure that we got 7 or 8 or 9 really whopper fish, 8 to 10 pound trout.
Very nice.
Who did that?
I don't know. There were some big movements out of there, but they come out fast. But we did see some of them. I mean, this long that were just sitting there. You know, they'd hit and then they'd swim around for a little while and say, "Okay, bye, guys," and they'd leave. I think we had 1 casualty. The guy turned over, belly up. I think he got hurt on the way coming out. You could see he had a big round mark on his body, like he got cut up against a suction tube or something, and. He was just not going to make it. So I think that some lucky participant, spectator there, had trout dinner that night.
Who was the person that donated the money?
I think it was anonymous, but I'm not even.
Oh.
But I don't have a name down. I
They
thought
said it was anonymous.
did it.
They didn't want to be known.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but wanted to
nice.
have some big fish for those kids there.
Oh, that's good.
You know, that really will light their fire on that. That's right. I had the second plant was on Wednesday, 17th here today. Yeah. And our future meeting date is June 5th at 6:30 p.m. here once again. I didn't have any other notes. It seemed like that was kind of a summary of the events. Do you have anything that you wanted to add?
I would like to add an item. Would you bring up iPad 47, please? Jim and Greg gave a report on this. I'll talk about that if it's all right.
Sure.
Kit, I was impressed with that. You look at when it's flushed up on the wall there, this is the whole breakdown of the number of days and all of this. And during this whole time, 64 plus acres, there was no injury at all. And I have it here on my iPad. Today, they also had a crew up there cleaning the way into the boat launch ramp, number 2, I guess it is. This is my first time ever being there. And those guys were all working very safely, but why somebody didn't get cut on 64 acres, I'll have no idea. So somebody was looking over the top of them. I don't know who it was. And also to shine on this thing here, Jim, maybe you could shed some light on this. A fire crew is 1 captain and 12 to 15 workers. I counted them up. There was 15 guys there today. They were chopping and stuff like that. And that's a crew, right?
Yes.
So if we go down here on Let's Go Valley View, crew days is 89, 46, 135. That's actually the captain and 12 or 15 people, whatever happened to be there that day. And what does it cost us for a crew? You mentioned that, I forgot.
About $225.
$225 per day.
That amount of labor.
Yeah.
15.
And you'll notice, to go down there, not to talk too long on it, though, to me it was a very interesting part of it. I know Ken felt the same way. We had the Salt Creek crew there today, and I did look at the side of the truck. I think it was Valley View today, but I've forgotten. I worked with both of those outfits, some on fires over the years. Burn mix was fuel. That's 530 gallons. That's a lot. But if you go on down piles burned, they burned 1,231 piles in the FHP and 1,007 in the SB for a total of 2,238 piles. I think there's a few piles they haven't burned because of the fire hazard we have now. Some of that cedar and stuff. But anyway, and Greg estimated that it was 10 foot in diameter and 6 to 7 feet tall, about a pickup load. I just hauled a pickup load and got it weighed, and I calculated that that's 2,238,000 pounds of brush. You divide that into 64 acres, and that'll tell you your fuel load. And I got some pictures on there. I tucked today just above that, and it's a fire harness, just a box of kindling waiting to happen. It really is, you know. Let's hope it doesn't happen this year.
It's good we got that cleaned out. Absolutely.
Getting that cleaned out, so it's really good. So this is pretty cost effective.
Absolutely.
Yeah, real cost effective.
Cost effective, boy, and I have a penciled out as close as I'm gonna get it, but I'm gonna work on it, on this doing, so. I wanted to talk about this, 'cause I'm impressed.
I had a question about Kids Fishing Day. Is there gonna be somebody putting on a raffle?
There's the typical
Keith
raffle.
usually runs
There's a
that.
donated prize by the sporting goods shop up here. I think it's a shotgun again.
Yeah.
Is that
Are
what
they
it is?
sporting goods? Yeah.
They
Yeah.
do just a
I just,
And the food.
being I'm not on the lake committee now, I only get it from you guys.
Yeah, for what?
That's why I'm asking.
And
Fishing rods and reels.
yeah, and there's the super duper. You can't beat the prices. Concession stand there at 50 cents for every item. So if you get a hot dog, it's 50 cents. If you get a cup of
Absolutely.
coffee, it's 50 cents. A Coke or soda is 50 cents.
I saw on the thing that we spent money on on 2 banners for Kids Fishing Day, and I wondered where they were until they're right out here. That's when I drove in. Oh, there they are. That was going to be one of my questions on the.
Traveling north, traveling south. Got 2 of them.
One more quick thing, Mr. President. Daryl, who's also a member from Private Fire Safe Council, was there, as always, gave a report. And he also handed out a brochure that the Fire Safe Council had printed off from a grant, and it's just a great publication. It really is. It is really a great one. The Guide to Living Lightly in Butte County. So if you get a chance, you ought to get one of these, because it's really worth reading and having on hand.
Thank you, Director Fletcher. Okay, we'll go on to Finance Committee, Directors Hunt and Duncan, and Larry.
Okay,
tell
we
us
met
what you guys-
yesterday for a very short time. What was it, 2.5 hours? It was a good meeting. Basically, we looked at to see if there was going to be any changes in the format of the budget, and we're working on that right now. We did find a couple things we're going to change, and then we discussed setting up new reserves and drafting and getting a reserving policy. And then we discussed capacity fees. Is that on the agenda tonight? No.
No.
Oh,
yeah.
it missed being on there, right? Okay. But but let's see. But the next one is the proposal for a full-page billing. That is on the agenda tonight, and we talked about that. Neither members could concur to any recommendations to the board. so on the full-page thing, I have mixed emotions. I've been reading the postcard for 37 years, and I'm sort of used to it. And us old guys don't like changes.
Us young guys do.
Oh, gosh.
I don't know which one you's got.
I know.
Jeez, looking at you. Larry actually, I think's got less gray hair.
That's hair.
But I have more hair.
He's got more hair.
Okay, so no decision was
We didn't
reached
have any
to bring to the board?
recommendations.
Okay.
We were sort of split on a few things, but we'll make ourselves known whenever it comes up on the agenda.
Okay, and then George, say what you said again to him about capacity fees. I missed.
The capacity fee issue will be dealt with by the board after we get through the budget process.
Exactly.
We wanted some direction from them as part of the budget. Do they want to move forward with looking at those now, or
Okay.
take the same assumption we have in the past, and that was what we're going to do?
Okay. So after we do budget, then we'll be looking at that.
What's that?
Capacity fees. Okay. Thank you very much, Director Duncan. And General Manager's report, George?
Okay, you have my written report, and I got your picture of Bill in there again.
Yeah.
I thought that was you at
Pretty
first,
good. No?
but I looked close.
Really
No,
nice to see him.
Out there.
It was a very good award. Other things that I reported on Corpyard, it's moving along good. We've got heating and air going. We are working on the pads for the genset for the fuel island and for the transformer that will need for PG&E. Things are continuing to move forward on that. Process water recycle, we had a meeting today with the consultant. We got a little closer aligned with what the plan they were at, with what our staff thinks needs to happen, and we've clarified a few issues. So you can see that coming forward at the May meeting. We'll have an update on that and get some direction from you on where to head with that. And like I said, the water rights staff did ask for Neil's spreadsheet, so they're looking at those numbers. And I was going to move forward with the kicking the environmental back up again, but I'm just too concerned. I'd rather wait and see if we can get some word from the water rights board before we proceed. So beyond that, if you have any questions, the town, we're discussing options on Billy Road. They express some preference with caveats to do a thin overlay on Billy Road where we've done our project instead of digging out our temporary asphalt and replacing it. So we're in discussions with them on that. I have Keith and Jim working on estimates of both ways, so you'll know exactly what we're talking about. So we'll have another meeting with the town probably, and then we'll bring that up to you for discussion.
That's just on the new part of the road.
Yeah, and we are doing, if you've noticed, we're doing services on the Skyway project. They are planning a micro overlay, something like that on the Skyway. So we're getting our services in ahead of that. It sounds like it's a glorified seal coat with new striping, but we'll see. Anyhow, we're trying to keep ahead of them on that. And then we have some work on the intersection of Pearson and the school. There's a signalization project going in there, and we've got some meters to move and a little bit of work to do there to get out of the way of their contractor. And finally, the Caltrans is doing overlay on 191, which is Clark Road, all the way into the intersection of Pearson and Clark. So we're evaluating what we need to do, if there's anything we need to do there. Neil's done a great job coordinating and fighting for our sections where we had prior rights to Caltrans, and they have to pay for our valve box raising in that section, and then there's sections we didn't have prior rights that we'll have to pay them for that, the raising of those valve boxes after the overlay. So working on that too. That's all I can think of right now.
When are we planning on moving into the new corporation yard? Or getting out of the old one?
We're looking at September, probably.
September?
Director Fletcher, yeah, I think you had a
Getting
question.
back to the Billy Road project, on laying that asphalt, are they, Knife River, I think they got it from Baldwin. They have, it's actually a laser, but they call it, there's a name for it, it's the shoe, and it lays it. And they did that the first time on 191 for Caltrans, from Butte College on down. And that road at that time, having driven on it forever, was just kind of like this, Billy Road is one patch on top of the other. But if you put something in, material, with a laser, it'll make it flat. And if you don't do that by the eye, it's going to be bumpy on this. But they have shoes that go down the side of this. I don't know the different costs on it, but...
Well, the only way it's even going to be close for me to bring to you for consideration is if we hire a local contractor who has a paving box.
Okay.
And then we provide the asphalt and the rakers and we roll it ourselves, but he runs the machine. That's the only way it's going to be even close, so that's what we're using for our estimate.
Well, some of these asphalt boxes, as you well know, they have a device that's almost like a laser type thing. There's a name for them, and I momentarily slipped off it.
I know what you mean.
And I've watched some of them with and without. And if you try to do it by eye, you have the best raker in the world. It's still going to be wavy.
It'll be a lot less wavy than it is right now.
But it'll still be wavy.
What section is this?
This is west of Skyway. I can't remember
Oliver.
cross streets.
Oliver. the stop
Oliver
sign.
somewhere in there, Ripley, Graham,
Yeah.
somewhere in that area.
That section starting out Posey Lane, I think.
Posey
Is that where it
Lane,
starts?
that's where it
Starts at
Yeah.
Posey Lane and goes this way, you know, and that's just one big patch. And I've been watching this since 1943.
Yeah.
They've never done anything but patch it.
It's just
Smoothest part
one big
of the
root,
mountain.
that's one big root field out there too. Let's
Up the trees.
make that road smooth is like a 6-inch overlay because
Well, they were talking
some of
a
the,
overlay, so I've already told Keith to estimate it at
Yeah.
2,500s, because that's how much material you're gonna use.
yeah.
Of course, you know, looking at
Okay.
it, I'm not being facetious, but having seen, I lived on Myers Lane just around the corner for there for several years, and those trees are so close, it's so beautiful, you know, 1943 type road, that if they get much faster, there's gonna be some horrible wrecks, and there already has happened on that road, you know. So maybe being bumpy will slow them down.
There's always that.
You can always make it corduroy, that'll really slow them down.
Really?
Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
In here it says the last minute, you didn't mention this in your
Oh,
report.
yeah, I forgot.
The last minute, the state of California approved the process of providing our annual water report online and through the mail. I'm able to catch Cedar Creek before it was done. Instead of 16,000, we brought it down to 1,000 with a reduction in printing and no postage. This saved us several $1,000s. Did the board vote on spending money for this? For this?
For that production?
Yes.
No, it didn't exceed 5,000.
Did it exceed 5,000?
Didn't.
No, I did not.
Okay. I have a big problem with that, canceling it. There's two things in it. One, it's the best ad we can run on Kids Fishing Day. I put out once, and there's more up there if somebody wants to look at it. So we lost the mailing for Kids Fishing Day to help get people out. We've got the Post does a good job and other things and signs, but this went to, all these different customers in our district. And the water quality part of it was one page. Here. The rest of it is about how to meter help you. It's all PR for the district. It's promoting the use of the district and the meter system and everything else. And for a PR thing, this is the best thing we do every year. I would like us to see sending it back out, replacing the Kids Fishing Day with something else. Because it didn't come to the Public Relations Committee. It wasn't suggested. It was something George did on his own without referring to the board. And I think we missed an opportunity to promote our district in a good way. I know Ken in the past has asked for good PR for the district and would like to have it. And here's one of the best things we do all year. And we also, then I looked up on the internet how many hits we're having. And I think it was 185. If I got the right column, I might not have got the right column. But we have a lot of retired people in town that are not computer savvy. In other words, how are they going to get this water quality report if it's only on our webpage? Our webpage doesn't have all that many great hits on it. So to me, the direct mail piece, a well-done one, which this is, should have been sent out. And it shouldn't have been the manager's decision to cancel it. 1,000 pieces, I don't know where they're going to go. They're going to stack up and just gather dust? Did you have something in mind where to give them out at?
That's part of the process. Anyone that wants one can call us and contact us to get a copy.
Has anybody contacted us and got a copy?
It's just started going out in bills. I mean, that's the first time we ever had a Kids Fishing Day, because this is the first time it's been out before June.
Well, I'd like to see us still put it out without the Kids Fishing Day and put something else in there. I think it's an excellent PR piece and helps our relationships with our customers in the district. It's the only one, actually, we put out a year that I'm aware of.
That sounds like a great argument for the full-page billing that we're going to be
exactly.
talking about later on. But, remember when the reports used to go out when I first came on the board, they were, a little trifold page. It was small, 8 inches or 8.5 by 11 or whatever it was. But and then we moved into expanding it like this so we could use this one time a year thing that we were already forced into doing and piggyback on some additional expense so we could use it as a communication tool, like you said, Bill. And I think that it has been effective for us in the past. And it's a nice brochure. When the decision was made to cancel it, I liked saving the money because my focus was thinking about
Were you
the
part
fact
of were you part of making the decision?
no, I didn't know anything about it.
Okay.
I'm saying when I read it here, I like the idea of canceling it to save us that money because we're always looking for ways to save money, and I think George jumped at that. You bring up some valid points about the opportunity to not have that in the hands where maybe it could have been more effective at communication certain ideas to our public. And as we're going to be discussing with the single page billing or the full page billing, giving us the opportunity to continue to hit these on a monthly basis to every single one of our
If
houses.
I vote with Larry to not have full page thing, that you're going to save $1,000 a month or something. I think I have it in here somewhere, and I really shouldn't talk about it because we haven't got to it. But in other words, there's savings there too if we don't do that.
Yeah, so let's just...
We don't have this is a PR thing for the district, and it's a really nice one. I remember last year's I commented that it was a very nice piece and really helped our public relations. I was very disappointed to read this in the manager's report and then finding out the manager simply did it on his own because he has this $5,000. I thought it was for approval. I didn't think it was for canceling. And approving projects for up to $5,000, I didn't know it was for canceling projects up to $5,000. Is it, George?
Well,
I'm not going to get in a debate over that. I mentioned a couple months ago in my manager's report that there was legislation that passed that would save us having to mail this out, and I didn't hear boo from the board. I didn't hear anybody say they would want to, continue doing that, whether it was the law or not. So I made a decision, as I am hired to do, and I felt saving us several $1,000s was a good thing. And in fact, you can do an entire mailing like that without there's more than one page of water quality. There's plenty of stuff that we have to put in there. So if you want to use your money you saved to produce a quality product that is specific to promoting the district and our community relations, now you have an entire brochure that you can put out and do anything you want with.
I think the water quality part of it is an important part. It reassures our customers of quality water, and they're not hitting it on the internet. They're not picking it up. I didn't pick it up. I look at it occasionally for our PID board, the different things, and check one or two things out, but I had no idea that's what we were doing. So I think we missed two things. We informing our customers that we have excellent water quality and doing some PR and telling them about one employee who's won an award and for outside work and everything involved. I thought it was excellent. I'm very sorry it didn't go out.
Right ahead.
Why don't we wait till we get to the full-page billing section there? I would hope that our customers realize the quality of water when they turn on their tap. So if I have to send a piece of paper out to them to say that water was good, I just think that they should be realizing it when they open up their tap. Go to another district somewhere else, drink their water.
as far as I'm concerned on these mailers, I think this is a good mailer, but the problem is I know that over half the people throw it away. And it'd be great if we could make them read it, but they don't. And so if we can save money by not doing as many, I'm for it.
Let's save this conversation for when we get to the full-page billing, because I think we'll be able to open up some direction and doors when we get to that will
I have some other questions.
allow us. Did you have another question? Yeah. Go ahead.
I was at the yard this morning wearing my hard hat, and I looked out, and the watering truck was watering landscaping along the side of the far side out there. It's on a cut bank, which is important because there isn't any soil there to speak of. So we're still watering the plants with that. Tomorrow, the next day, it's going to go to 80 degrees, and pretty quick, it's going to be every day. And we need a drip system in there if we're going to be able to keep all those plants alive without probably ending up running the water truck out there once a day to water, or every other day to water the plants. When I walked around the yard last Tuesday, I walked up the side out here and there was plants. One tree is already dead, and some other plants on this side following up the ditch that are landscaping, and some of them are in great shape, and part of it is probably the lack of water. Because again, they have to squirt across the canal or whatever, you guys have some name for that, and water the plants. So I'm concerned that we need to get a drip system in, and it hasn't been done. The other thing in visiting the yard, since this is my opportunity to talk about it, was I saw no electrical connections, no electrical panel up. I saw the PG&E gas line coming in and being bibbed off, but not through the wall into the plant where you could connect it to anything. So today when I was there, the contractor was there putting in the air conditioning system, and I guess he's going to have to use a generator to test it because there's no electrical hookup inside the building. And there's nothing run through the pipes that we saw, when did we go on that tour? Did we get 2 months ago?
January.
And the pipes were in at that time, and there's no electrical wires in them. The time I went before, there was caps missing. Now the caps are on top, but when the caps were missing, and if it happened during a rain event, there would be water in those pipes. I don't know if water accumulated or not, but that would be a hazardous thing to pulling new electrical wire. The yard is way behind. I was told, one time we talked about April this year for it to be done. I was told recently it might be May or June, and George has just told us September. I'll bet you $5, Larry, it doesn't make it. You want to bet again?
I can probably get the crew, they'll probably make, if I bet it, they'll probably make sure we get it.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Okay. So,
They usually
you'll
go
save
along
me
with-
$5 if you don't bet
They
then.
usually go along with what I want.
Oh, okay. And that's my comments.
Okay. Did the public have any comments on the manager's report? Okay. We'll move on to our legal report. Verbal update from legal counsel.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. I have one issue to kind of update you on. Water right fees. And I don't believe we've ever discussed this. So let me give you a little bit of background. Since the 2003-2004 fiscal year, the state of California has been charging a fee for every water right holder, including Paradise Irrigation District. There was a litigation initiated by a coalition of irrigation and water districts to challenge the fees on the basis that they're actually a tax. And as a tax, they weren't adopted with the proper procedure. That case, the water group won in the Superior Court, the trial court. They won in the appellate court. It went to the California Supreme Court, and the California Supreme Court overturned it on most of the issues. So the state won, but then the Supreme Court said, we need to remand this case back to the trial court for further factual development. And so it was basically kicked back, 10 years worth of litigation was kicked back to the trial court for basically to restart the entire process over.
Jesus.
That was 2010. In November of 2010, we had a proposition passed called Proposition 26. It closed the loophole between regulatory fees and taxes. And basically what Prop 26 said is no matter what label you give a fee, it is basically a tax and has to be adopted as a tax with very limited exception. So let me go back to what my firm's been doing. Right at the beginning, we didn't recommend that you join this coalition of water interests and pay as part of a litigation. We recommended instead that you seek reconsideration of the fees every year on an annual basis. And seeking reconsideration, in our opinion, puts you in line for a possible refund when and if this case ever, concludes. So, we've been doing that since 2003, 2004. Fast forward to 2010, we now have Proposition 26. I said, hey, state, we now have an additional argument under Prop 26 that these fees are illegal because in 2011, the fees were increased, but they did not have a supermajority vote of the legislature, which Proposition 26 requires. So we now have two arguments. Argument one is they're a tax and weren't adopted with the proper process. And then from 2010 on, they also violate Prop 26. Now, again, my view of this is rather than spending the district's money filing lawsuits on every year challenging these fees, my recommendation was to enter into what's known as a tolling agreement with the state. And we've done this the last 2 years. What a tolling agreement is it basically suspends the statute of limitations for filing a lawsuit. And what we've done is we've tied the tolling period to the eventual conclusion of this original case that went to the Supreme Court and is now back in the trial court. So I've been successful getting the district this tolling agreement. My hope is we never have to use it, that the case is resolved in kind of the water interests favor, and the district will be entitled to a refund. But if not, if we lose on that basis, then we have a backup argument that's being told for this while this litigation is being resolved. So that's a complex discussion. I know I'm hitting you cold, but feel free to ask me any questions.
You said we won, and then you said we might lose. I couldn't figure that out.
We won in the trial court. We won in the appellate court. We lost partially in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, on the remaining issues, kicked it back to the trial court for another trial. They had the trial in December. We have not gotten a new judge's decision yet. When the judge's decision does come out, whoever wins or loses, there will be an automatic appeal back to the appellate court. So we've got at least 2 more years, in my opinion, of litigation.
And we're not paying for any of that, or?
No. What we're paying for is my time to do petitions for reconsideration every year. That's one step short of filing a lawsuit. But in my opinion, it puts you in line for a possible refund if that lawsuit is successful.
And how much do you charge us once a year to do that?
It varies, and it's shared on the basis of all my clients. I mean, if you'd like an exact figure, there's an account for it, and I can get that for the next meeting.
Well, right now, it sounds like you're saving us money compared to spending money by doing what process we're going through right now.
I view it like an insurance policy. You're paying me a little bit of money along with a group of my other water districts, and to preserve your chance to receive a refund. And the amount of water right fees you're paying is pretty substantial. It's I should have looked at what the cumulative amount is, but it's over $100,000.
Our part of it.
Your part of it. The fees you've paid since 2003, 2004.
To the state.
To the state.
That's not
Per year.
okay. That's not cumulative. That's
the
cumulative.
total. That's the
Okay,
total.
I was going to say we're like 100,000 a year.
You're not a year.
Yeah, some of my clients do pay over that because they have a lot of water rights.
Yeah.
What's ours per year? Do you have any idea?
No, that's what he said. He doesn't have the number.
It varies. They change it every year.
Okay,
It's,
no problem.
it started out as about 1 cent an acre foot, and then it's gone up to 6 or 7, and now it's back down a little bit. So it changes.
Dollar per acre foot. Cents or dollars?
Cent.
Cents, okay.
So
And the district has 20,000 acre foot under its
13.3.
18.3. So at 7 cents, it adds up.
Yep.
any other questions from the board?
No, it sounds like he's doing a good job. I hate to admit it.
You hate
Did we get that on record?
How much input do our elected officials at the state level have in this? Any? They must have.
In the
Like the
well,
assemblymen and the senators and
This
all the rest of the
this
money
is
involved.
one of the creative ways to solve the budget fix at the state level. They said rather than the general fund paying for the State Water Resource Control Board, we're going to push this on to the water right holders as a fee, meaning a tax. So this is
Prop
just
49 or whatever it was is declared that it's a tax,
26.
whatever you had it here.
Prop 26.
26,
Yes,
yeah.
this is a Howard Jarvis type proposition. It closes the loophole.
Yeah.
So you can't just call it a regulatory fee in most situations. Whatever label you give it, it's a tax, and it needs to be adopted as a tax.
Has nothing to do with us unless we have a big fire. This fee for fire protection out of the city here, they call that a fee.
And it's a tax in my
And
opinion.
it's a tax.
Yeah.
Prop 26 says it's a tax.
Prop 26 closes the loophole. It says whether you call it a fee or tax, it's a tax.
It's still a tax.
With limited exception.
Okay.
And my understanding is there's a pending lawsuit on that.
There is.
It's in the trial court. I haven't heard of a decision yet.
Very interesting.
They pulled that back anyway because there was 87,000 letters that came in or something like that on it.
Everybody is doing the same type of thing. They're seeking reconsideration to put themselves in line for a possible refund.
Exactly.
If you don't seek reconsideration, the theory is you've accepted the tax. You've waived your right.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Did the public have any questions on that? Okay. We'll move on to item 7, which is old business, Forest Health Assistance Contract with Butte Resource Conservation District. Manager Barber, explain that to us.
Yeah, this is the item carried over from last month. The RCD did look at the terms of the contract and came back with changes that I've provided to you. And Kelly Peterson's here to answer any questions you have on that regard, and I'll answer any. But they have put a not to exceed as the board directed, and it's ready to go. Like I said, I'll answer any questions that you'd like.
What was the dollar amount not to exceed? At this point?
17.5. Kelly, I was the board member that asked. I wouldn't have voted in favor of it, and I think you're doing a phenomenal job, not only in this area but others. But I would not have voted in favor of it if we didn't have a bottom line. Like last year's was 25,000. This is 17.5, and I think that's fantastic. I got some notes here, and I got up on that other thing. And I had a question. What is how you define that in here? What is the standard fee for our RPF, Registered Professional Forester? I know we have to have that. What do you anticipate that costing us for this next time around? And I'd like to know what it cost us before. But anyway, and I didn't take time to find that out. But anyway, one question at a time.
Yeah, please.
That would be good.
Well, thank you, gentlemen and ladies here for having me here and the time here as well. The first question regarding the initial or estimated cost for an RPF really depends on your scope of service that you're going to be looking at hiring them for. And so through some of the conversations that I've had with CAL FIRE, et cetera, in the process of negotiating the terms of the contract and really giving you guys a background of what you're engaging in, there's a few different scenarios regarding what the process would be. So if there are exemptions, depending on what the board would like to move forward with, say there's a need for or a desire to do something regarding Christmas trees or using some of the wood for fuel, there are specific exemptions associated with that that would avoid going through a full-blown THP process. Yes.
Kelly, let me elaborate a little more.
Sure.
With what you've done as a partner with us at this fire safe zone and shaded fuel break, I think is great. Okay, I just wanted the bottom figure, if you remember last figure on this, and George did that, and I have that. Now from you, 17.5.
Yes.
Yeah, and then under your number 2, under agreement, funds to hire a registered professional forester are not included in this contract, and I understand that. I've helped put some of these kind of contracts together before for other areas, but I didn't take time to do it. What do you anticipate the registered forester costs us?
Well, if you do scope it to where you are looking at some exemptions, you're looking at between $500 to probably about $2,500 for those services.
For the total thing?
For the forester to provide you a prescription for what you want on that
Okay,
project,
right.
if you're able to use some exceptions. Yeah. Now, if you do have to go the route through a full-blown timber harvest plan, which is a THP, you're looking at a minimum of about 10,000 for a particular project. Now that's scopable depending on the acreage that you want to consider, and whether or not you want the forester to actually mark the trees in the field to be left, to be taken, whether or not somebody else is going to be doing that. So it really depends on, as you get down the process, what the board wants, and we'll help you in determining what that can be, and put that together in a good package for you.
Okay.
Some of the difference between the 17.5 and the 25 of last time is because you're not inventing the same wheel. Some of it's already been developed, right?
Well, and it's actually a new set of tasks. And so it's an entirely new set of tasks in some regard. What we'd be doing is advertising for a forester and going through the bid process.
Right.
And then also performing post-implementation monitoring so that you get an idea of what the visual look of the land is before and after the implementation portion.
Good.
Now, what we had in place beforehand was really doing a lot of the legwork to look at existing resources that were already in place and having a professional and a technical expert come in and provide modeling of what the resources on the ground look like now and what they would look like in the future if you were to do X, Y, or Z. So it's a different project.
It's kind of interesting. The first board meeting I attended here when I didn't realize I was going to throw my hat in the ring was on August the 15th of 12, and I have your report here, and I was really impressed with it. And you went in and you did a lot of great stuff, somewhat they've done on the Fire Safe Council here. And it's really great. You're not going to, a lot of this thing, you're going to develop this again, or?
No, that's already a done project. That's a report that's already in place.
Right.
What we'll be doing is complementing that by taking the recommendations that were presented in that report and moving forward on the ground with some of the recommendations that were presented there.
Of course, this one that we're just completing, the 64.4, had nothing to do with thinning the stand as far as loggable timber goes, or whatever we're going to do, whereas we're going to do that now. And that would be the one that would cost us $10,000 for the forester.
At least. And that's a guess. That's a guess.
I realize it's a guess. You always want to guess
This
high.
is for the plan, not to actually do any work.
No, just the plan. But we have to have that plan to do it.
Correct.
So, I mean,
It's
kind of like lawyers. But anyway, I don't say that as a negative thing. Go ahead.
One of the big differences, too, is that you were, on those 60 acres, you guys had a shaded fuel break, which is a lot different than a particular thinning project. And so you would need a registered professional forester for projects that are outside of a shaded fuel break project.
Yep.
And shaded fuel break project is generally taking out limbing, pruning, but also taking out trees less than 6 inches in diameter. Mm-hmm. But that can vary depending on what they see out on the ground.
That would be like a timber stand improvement, a TSI type of thing. Anything less than 6 inches is cut out in the bark trees. I got some pictures today right here on some of them up here next to our water line. And I guess it's on PSI land, though. SPI land. And I don't want to hog the floor here, but I'm quite interested.
It's okay.
Is that all right with you, Mr. President?
I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to cut you off
just
soon.
cut me off anytime you want.
If you have another question, it's if you have another question for Kelly, that's fine. This is an interesting report. As I see it, we did a report. Basically, now we're just taking that report and putting it to project. Essentially,
simple.
It's just exactly. That's the simple.
In other words, someplace in here, and I thought I had it highlighted, but before we approve this professional forester and all of this, it'd come to us and we would vote on it.
Yeah, it's set up so that this board contracts with that person and approves that person.
Yeah. Well, I'm very interested, very appreciative, Kelly, what you and your organization is doing, and I moved for a number of years to have your established in our county when I was doing a lot of rangeland work. So I move approval to authorize the board president to execute an agreement with the Butte County Resource Conservation District with the understanding that no project is being approved and the CEOQ process will be completed prior to any work being completed. Pardon me.
Was that CEQA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I have a question before you vote. Kelly, this is Section 6 of the agreement. I just wanted to confirm that it's your understanding that either party, either RCD or PID, could terminate basically at any time by giving 10 days notice?
Correct.
Okay. I asked that. I didn't want to poke Kelly too hard, but this agreement did cross my desk, and there's some provisions in it that there's some grammar and punctuation, some ambiguities. You know, my view on those types of things is it's a pretty small dollar contract in the grand scheme of things. We have a 10-day termination right, with or without cause. I didn't make a big stink about it, but had I written this agreement, it would have been worded much differently. So I don't love the agreement, in other words, but
It'll also have a $500 signature on the bottom of it. I might
Approved as
add,
to
maybe
form.
more.
no, it's not there.
Oh, okay. Well, number 7 really.
I knew that would cost me $500.
I would hope that maybe $5,000 signature by looking at the bill over here. Also, number 7 on here is a stop work notice, and that could happen at any time.
That sounds like a 1 hour notice as opposed
That's a 1 hour
to
notice,
a 10
isn't it,
day.
right?
Yeah, so we've got off ramps. I didn't feel like it was worth the district's money to tear into this thing.
Well, I'd like to ask a question about the overall cost of this thing. It seems pretty inexpensive. You're billing us at $90 an hour. It seems to me like all this is a framework, and we're just going to be paying you on an hourly basis at $90 an hour. At any time within the next 20 months, because this contract goes until December 31st, 2014, at any time within the next 20 months, we use up the $17,500. But if we still have work left needs to be done, then we're going to have to readdress the board for an approval to continue expenses. Is that correct? Is that the way I read this contract?
Well, the way the contract is written is that we will perform the deliverables as listed within that time frame and within that budget.
So if it goes over budget, so to speak,
That's
or
on
even
them.
when it gets close, we start talking, that's how it works? Or you have all these hours and expenses only been within the deliverables that were identified in the contract? You know, did I ask you to do something extra? Let's kind of figure that out, and that, you know, then they would have a right to come ask you, well, you know,
Thank you.
you
Greg.
wanted me to do 16
Something above and beyond.
public meetings, and we only anticipated 3, so I would like additional compensation.
Thank you,
But
Director.
that's how that works.
Is this really nearly a 2-year contract? I mean, 20 months? We think it'll take that long to get it completed until December 31st, 2014?
Yeah, because the idea is if we bring them on, they're going to be through the planning process, through hiring a registered professional forester, to working with that person.
Yeah.
to
Okay, so
presenting
they'll work
their stuff
and
to the
stop
public,
and work and stop and work
more
and stop.
public meetings when you actually do the work. So 20 months may be optimistic.
Okay, but I just wanted to make sure that's reasonable. I would not like to see us spend $17,500 prior to December 31st of this year, and then say, oh, we need to fess up another 20 or 25 or 30,000 for 2014.
The way the agreement's written, that would be on them, unless there's legitimate change orders. But this is a time and materials contract with a not to exceed figure.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Director Hutt. And that's why last meeting I wanted a bottom line figure. Because to me, unless there's really the board or whoever was our authorization, George has it, you're going to do the project for $17,500.
And that's the way it was written. And
That's the way it's written
And what
to me.
I've put into determining that figure is a detailed spreadsheet of what I think each task, detailed subtask, will take to
Yeah.
get this work done, and that's what I presented to you guys.
That was one of the reasons I asked the question here, that a lot of this is boilerplate on these kind of projects, you know, and it's great, you know, to read about the conifer stands and all of that, and I love it. I just love it. But it's all boilerplate, you know. And hell, you could redo this by just running it through the copy machine, basically.
Now, as I remember the last time, and it wasn't Kelly's fault, it was something else, that this went on a lot longer than the time that was expected, correct?
Yeah, because they changed managers.
Changes.
But are we going to get any type of a progress report? Is this, Is this going
I
to?
think it was laid out in here, Larry, saying, I believe so.
Yeah.
I think it is, yes.
Like George just said, we're going to
I don't
do
remember
some
one
work,
from
and
the
then we're
last
going
time,
to look at
that's
some
why.
things, and some of that stuff will come to the board, and I imagine some will not come to the board because it's not required.
Yep.
But I mean, if we got a progress report, I don't want it to cost us more to get that, but I would like one.
Well, most likely you're gonna get a progress report in my manager's report based on our discussions of what's going on
Sure.
and where she's at.
Okay.
It will not be a direct report.
I remember one of the reports that I heard, and I don't know if it was you or someone else was giving, it may have been you, that in some of the area that we just completed with Jim's group, there was a 200 plants population per acre, and the average size was 2 inches, which means it's kindling. And, you could have every fire truck, according to the fire people, not me, this is the fire people, you could have every fire truck of some of these fires that have taken off parked there, and if everything was just right, they wouldn't stop it. And I got a picture of one right here that they won't stop either. If every fire truck was parked there, and all the conditions were just right, like happened in whatever the south end of town burned.
Well, based on the $90 an hour, 20 months, they're only going to be spending about 10 hours a month then, for 20 months.
That's about it, on average.
Right.
Well,
What I assume too is that what we'll have up front is a lot of work, and then as the forester is working on the plan, there'll be some work, but then there's also post-implementation monitoring. So I would say about first 3 quarters of the project, most of the work is going to be done, and then at the end of that, depending on how the implementation process goes, that's going to be the last portion of it. Right. So, and I'm more than happy to give you guys progress reports personally. I would like those as well. And for my own internal project planning, I have to keep up with that. So it's not something that's an additional expense in that way, because it's something I'm continually doing on a.
It's something I'd like, but I didn't want it to cost you more money or us.
And in here, there's coordination and communication with the PID board, other agencies, the RPF, George as well. So.
Because I don't know about the other board members, but I don't know what you're going to be doing. I just know it's going to be good.
That's why we
it's
rely
going to
on
be good
her.
for the district.
That's why we rely on her to
Right.
follow the implementation of what we've set forth here. So, was there any more questions from any of the directors? Anybody from the public have any questions? Don?
So I did a rehab after a logging project, 160 acres at the north end of Paradise Lake. What we were able to do was to go in there, do the rehab. A lot of the work was done under exemptions for shaded fuel break, and then there's a 10% dead disease and dying clause. It's a free permit, and went in there with Jim McDaniels from Cal Fire, and when we started looking at what we were going to be required to do in thinning, 20% of the trees immediately adjacent to that, Cal Fire, as a consulting forester free of charge, was able to say, wait, we can get to where we want to without going through a timberland improvement plan or a THP. They were able to sell timber off at up to 10% of the stand, and their fees were minimal. It was, and this is immediately adjacent to your property.
I think that we talked about, wasn't there a reason why we could not use that?
Well, I don't know if we could or could not use that, but we are a public agency, and the last thing that we want to do is embark on a tree removal project that looks like something we snuck in the night without public participation and discussion and all of that. So
It saves you $30,000. It
it's
saves you.
your decision, but I think this is the best way in the public's interest to go with this.
I think in the public's interest, it also is.
I would
I
concur.
appreciate your input, John. I realize what you're saying. I remember hearing it before. But I think as a public agency, we have to protect our interests in a little different way than a private individual.
I would concur with George on this by going with Kelly's group as a public agency. I can remember vividly, because I was doing some work in the forest, Mendocino National Forest at the time, on some timber stand improvements and other items, that the Sierra Club in San Francisco voted that there should never be another chainsaw started in a national forest. And it passed. The president didn't vote for it, but it actually passed. And I saw the written report after that. They moved that so you can understand if the pictures I have here with SPI, if they went in there and did like some of their property, which is beautiful now. In fact, they were hoping last year's fires would head towards theirs. My God, there would be a firestorm like you can't believe. No smoke, but it's unreal, So it's a whole different ballgame.
Okay, was there any more comments from the public on this? Anybody else? Okay.
I will state that on iPad page 76, it says that BCRCD shall file present quarterly reports and monthly invoices.
Yeah.
So we'll be getting constant feedback from them.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Roll call vote, please.
Director Fletcher?
Yes.
Director Hunt?
Yes.
Director Kellogg?
Yes.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
President Crowell?
Yes. Passes 5-0. Kelly, I'd like to thank you for your time coming up, telling us. We look forward to your next reports. You've worked awfully hard for us, so we certainly appreciate it. Thank you for coming up. Okay, on to item 8, new business. First one is customer appeal from Eden Rock Estates. Review and consider request for service charge reduction for the vacant homes in the Eden Rock Estates until such time as they are occupied. Manager Barber, if you would give us a little background.
They've been here since 6 o'clock when I came, and we had to have the door unlocked. Could we have a potty break?
Would you like a recess?
Yeah, a recess for everybody.
Okay,
when we go to the bathroom.
let's, on the request of Director Kellogg, let's take a recess till 8 o'clock.
What day?
Tonight. We'll come back out of our break and go on to item 8A, customer appeal, Eden Rock Estates. And like we said, it was a review and consider request for service charge reduction. Manager Barber, would you like to lead us through this?
Thank you. I've been working with the board of Eden Rock Estates pretty much since I got here, because they're trying to find a solution. When that project was developed, it was developed by a developer that decided that it was cheaper for him to put in 2 meters, 2 single meters to provide service to all 80 whatever units, rather than putting in a line to PID standards and individually metering each piece. And they're very unique because it's not a normal mobile home park. Each occupant is its own tax parcel. They're on their own lot versus a normal mobile home park. So they have been collecting money to upgrade their water line, and I'll continue to work with them on their options there and figure out what's best for them. But in the interim, in a meeting, I informed them that they could get a service charge reduction for those vacant homes. Well, I informed them incorrectly because I was referencing what is a residential care facility. We do that, but we don't do that on multi-unit dwellings. So I had to apologize to these folks, and we discussed it and decided to bring it to you as a board. Because essentially what's happening is you have people paying for somebody else's water bill, and they have no control over that. Because it's a vacant house, they don't have ownership of it, they can't sell it off, it just gets stuck in limbo, and they're paying for each one of these units a monthly service charge. So I felt it was appropriate to bring it to you as a board to consider what kind of relief they may have for that, and they're here to support that.
Is there a way we can cap off individual parcels? Will these be capped off so that there is no water usage going on? Are we going to leave? It doesn't sound like there's a meter to
There's
turn
no
off.
meter.
So
There's not even
A valve?
necessarily a line we could find.
See, the water that goes in the 2 service meters is all going to be captured and paid for.
Yes.
You're just talking about the service, the equivalent domestic unit, or what do you call it?
Equivalent dwelling unit.
Dwelling unit.
Where we're adding numbers for
Or
how
a
many
flat service
occupants
charge.
Yes.
of like a multifamily. I don't seem to have a problem with reducing that. I don't know.
I'll let Dustin follow up on this.
Yeah,
but-
I actually have a suggestion if the board's inclined to go ahead and go with the reduction. There is a way that you could accommodate their request while also potentially getting the district its funds. In the water code, there's a provision that allows you to put a lien against the property for unpaid water charges. And you could do that, every month until these units are occupied again. And presumably, these properties, whether they go through probate or some kind of escrow, these liens will show up on title, and you'll be paid through the escrow.
Escrow process.
Yeah.
Actually, I believe that we would be paid annually.
Through taxes.
And then
Yeah,
the
Butte
county will
County.
collect all of those upon the sale.
Does the
Yeah,
county?
Butte County would pay us.
County reimburses.
Through taxes.
Forward, the lien money, it stopped last year.
Yeah,
No, it's different with water bills, I think.
I was just going to say, I don't know if there's a teeter plan in place, which is what it's called. Not after our supervisor teeter, after another teeter.
Oh.
But John may be right. The county may not put the outlay on an annual basis. They would put it on the property tax bill, but if the property tax bill remains unpaid, that's where I'm saying the county may not come up with the money.
Well, they have it every year to date,
Okay.
so they haven't stopped yet.
So I guess that's a possibility.
So either way, we put the lien, whether it be paid through property taxes, whether it be paid through escrow, at some point in time, we would be able to.
Yeah.
What are we talking dollar-wise?
We're talking about,
I think maybe, what was that, 10 units or something? That's
No, I mean, how much per unit?
it is multi-family is, where'd it go? C rate, $19.15 per EDU. Does that sound right?
For each one of these lots.
For each one of those lots.
And
Per month.
there's how many that are empty now? 9 or 10
Per month?
I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 vacant right now. Actually, some of them don't even have mobiles on them, they've taken them off. There's two lots.
So about 200 per
So
month.
it's $160 a month that the remaining people are kind of having to cough up and pay to keep things going, and with to absolutely no benefit to them or their properties.
In addition to the 300,000 we put out on these fees since this went into effect, which could have replaced our water lines many times.
I can clarify what George said. It wasn't the builder that came up with that. In 1993 is about when meters were going in. And I have a letter that was from PID recommending that we only use the 2 meters because it was cheaper. At that time, it was only like $19 a meter. And rather than to put all the meters in, they recommended the 2 meters. And then a year later, they came up with the service.
Okay, just clarified.
What year was that? What year was that?
93 is when
Was when they put the meters in?
when that was when the letter was written to,
Oh. But when did the meters go in?
that year, I guess.
Really?
It had to be 93 or 94.
What did you do before?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I wasn't even here till 2000.
oh, because I've been living right there by you for,
Unless they were on a flat rate or
37
something.
years.
I don't,
Yeah,
I didn't know
exactly,
we had non-metered accounts at all,
I didn't either.
forever.
Do any of you folks have a problem with the suggestion that Dustin came up with on the fees
Leaning the
being
property?
paid at a later date, either through escrow or through taxes?
I don't think we have a problem with that. You might find in the bubble is broke, let's face it, our places were up to 100,000 before the bubble hit. We are now sitting probably an average of $35,000 to $40,000 for property in there now. And we just probated one, made a sale on a probate and lost $11,000 in the association in the sale.
The association bought it or something?
No, we lost the money, we sold it.
That was the
That's what they owed you?
they
Oh, they owed you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So there's a risk, anybody takes a risk when you go into this stuff.
Are any of these that deep in with you?
There's a couple, several of them.
We see some nodding heads back there. So.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to be able to put money aside. Like I told George, in the last several years, we have put, right now, I think we have $170,000, I think, toward our water project.
Well, see, the lien would save you money now, but it might cost you money down the road if you have to probate the lot.
But Howard was right, since 1993, since
98 units.
since your service charge went in, we have paid in service charges alone right around $200,000 for the park. Our water bill is minimal compared to the service charge. And this, well, the request to waiver the service charge would not, it isn't gonna hurt your water, because the water bill is always going to be the same either way. Yes.
Now, the question I had, the service charge is basically on the 2 meters, or is it prorated out on the 98 unit?
No, there's on
Per EDU, $19 and whatever it was
Per unit.
unit.
Not the water.
1950, yeah.
And then there is a service charge that's divided, I guess, somehow.
No.
The water is furnished in our fee.
Oh, okay.
The 19,
There's not a meter charge for the large meter. It's a charge per EDU and then charge for usage.
Yes, that's what I meant by
for
service
usage,
charge.
yeah.
What do you mean by usage? That's not by capacity. That's not
No.
not
No, per
capacity
unit,
or
per unit of water at our lowest rate.
exactly. Okay.
Well, looking at this Dustin thing,
To the,
on these 10 units or whatever it is, every month we would have a $19 lien on that property. And whoever knows, whenever any one of those individual properties would be sold, in the escrow, we would get the $19 per month,
$234 a year,
$134 a year.
$234 a year.
34, yeah. So
By, if we make this decision tonight, are we setting some kind of precedent for other multifamily units to want to
This is
say-
pretty unique because each piece of property is owned, like you.
Yeah.
Multifamily.
So it doesn't, so it won't affect any
Have different
apartment
titles on
building
the
or
dirt.
something to that
Right.
effect where we have
Do
maybe
we have
1 meter
any?
going in.
What is the most units we have on one piece of property?
I don't know. This is one of the bigger ones.
I was going to say probably, these guys are probably in the top. You know.
I was just thinking, because, I mean, I have a
This
fourplex,
isn't one piece of property, George.
I have a
Yeah,
fourplex.
one group.
What group?
Correct.
I think he was asking for one piece of property, what's the largest multi-unit dwelling we have?
Right.
20, 30, 40, is there an apartment complex that's got,
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably, I bet you that one down on Skyway, that's got 24 units. One piece of
Yeah, and
property.
there's some on Elliott.
Our largest EDUs are actually residential care facilities.
Residential.
yeah.
Those are our largest.
Getting back, you have 98 units,
84.
84, whatever it is. They pay $19 a month. And then the 2 meters are the ones that take the usage fee, right, for the irrigation, whatever goes on, the water
They
usage.
don't pay,
That, you pay it as a,
the association
Pays for the water.
pays for the water and the garbage, that's included. in
okay, yeah.
their fee.
But they don't have to pay the water fee. I mean, how do you get your money?
We got an assessment.
Okay, assessment.
But that
Dues.
pays for our sewage treatment plant that we have to maintain.
Yeah, okay.
Everything else,
Yeah, no,
and they're getting a bargain on that.
I bet you they are. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we just raised it to $120 a month.
Does that water and sewage
And garbage.
And garbage.
and garbage, those 3 things?
And they-
They are getting a good deal.
Still sounds like a bargain. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I told him, yeah, that's, like Carol says, we are unique because the state classifies us as a condominium unit, which is still a model
Yeah.
unit deal. But, that's, We don't even deal with the state mobile.
Is that Clear Creek? I think that's Dry Creek that runs through your property there. Is that not it is? Larry?
Dry
That's
Creek?
Dry Creek.
No,
I thought this was Dry Creek.
this is Dry Creek.
This is Dry Creek. Yeah. Dry Creek
Dry
runs
Creek
through
runs
our
through
property.
Pence. Well, anyway.
Yeah, we're right off.
The one that rides through yours is never dry, is it?
No. I mean, the name of it's called Dry Creek.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's not worry about that.
No, I know, but I mean, that's a,
Probably has a leaky pipe and the water's.
Go back to the
I don't
motion.
know, it's always roaring.
Motion
Yeah, it's always roaring.
we were looking at.
Motion?
Yeah.
The board would be, you must have.
It would need to be different if we're gonna
I know, we have to modify it, that's
do
what I'm
this
saying.
taxes, yeah.
They have options.
They have options of either sealing or removing or pay the or pay the whole thing, yeah.
Yeah,
I have a
raised
fourplex and I pay, when it's vacant, I pay for it. That's what I'm gonna say. If we set a precedence, I might be back in here asking for some relief when my units are vacant and I only have a fourplex.
But these are individually owned lots. That's what makes this unique.
I know.
That's what I'm talking about. Is
You own one lot, Larry.
Yeah, I know. But I pay extra because it's multiple.
I
still
have
on
a
one lot,
question
Larry.
for you. Just on the physics of getting this done, if we want to take our delinquent tax bill right now, it's one owner, one address, one APN number. How would we know which APN numbers to?
These each have an individual.
They each have one.
And an address.
Yeah, I got that. But we don't. We just have one billing address.
Yeah, it would have to be coming
But
from
we-
They
them.
need to tell us.
We have that, we have the property tax rolls for every parcel in our district, so we could find that.
And we aren't going to have a problem with the fact that this is kind of like a part of a bill?
I can't promise.
Well, that's
Legally?
why I need the motion because we have to amend.
Well,
I don't follow your question, though.
he's wondering if the billing.
They get
can be
one
done.
bill and they short pay it. And we're going to say, okay, well, these little short pays here, we're going to assign to this and this and this and this and this and this and this property APN number. Well, do you have accounts with them? No. We have an account with the big APN number or wherever these two meters are.
But we will have an account with them. When we put the lien on, that's an account. We'll have it in our system, saying this is a vacant house.
And
this
that's
APN.
okay. Yeah?
Yeah.
Not going to break the accounting model?
Well, it'll take some time. My question is though, is if you guys are foreclosing on properties to collect your dues, is that correct?
We're trying.
Okay.
A lot of them are probate. We've been in probate on some of them.
We put two in probate, two are doing one I signed one for probate and another one is, so we have that, the rest of them, like we have two vacant lots and, for sale. And we have, we sent George a letter with the property, the lots.
Yep, we got this up.
It's right up here, yeah.
There, and if we would keep him updated, you sort of have to trust us.
So my question
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
but they're
There's
foreclosing
only 8 here.
on properties that have.
May I ask,
Fee is
what-
included in that.
I've
due
interviewed
that
some
they're
people in
collecting
your
on, but then
park
we're
there,
going
and
to
it's a
then
beautiful park.
add that
Last
fee
time I
on
was
top
through
of
it, it
that
really is.
property.
But are most of these vacant
Not for
because of
pass,
people
but-
passing, or just?
So they would have to deduct.
Most of
that
them are
fee
from people
from their
passing,
dues
so it's gone into their
that they're going
estate
to
or what?
foreclose on that property for,
Uh,
or they're double dipping.
a lot of them,
It's a flat fee,
they know,
125 a month. I don't think they
Yeah.
parse it out.
and
But
that's basically.
but they're saying that that's,
most of it.
they gotta
And,
parse it out. They gotta justify that fee.
The families get
They don't.
involved, they don't want to.
They're not a public agency. They can
So they
charge
just
whatever they
walk.
want.
But they're a condominium association
Yeah.
under IRS tax rules. They have to justify the fee.
That's
Yeah,
their problem.
we got,
And it costs you, and it may cost you more for
Qualifications they have to justify.
that process than the property's worth.
It's gonna be paid for.
Sometimes,
Sometimes, that's just what you went through the other day, I guess.
we could clarify that with
Yeah,
we lost a lot of money on that.
yeah.
We have, on these units that we're talking about, they've been vacant from 3 years to 10 years.
I see that here.
And, so,
A mobile that hasn't had any inhabitants in 10 years, I mean,
it's not happening.
no, it's most likely got black mold
We
and,
have it happening.
it's scrap iron.
This is a problem, because I read your billing thing, and it says if it can be rented, if it's a garage, and it can be used for that. We got places, I wouldn't put my dog in.
Yeah.
And we do not have rentals in park. We have one that was grandfathered in. There are no rentals allowed in our park based on our CCNR.
Yeah.
So if they're vacant until they're sold.
Do you have a problem, Dustin, with the honor system?
No,
On
I think it's
this?
going to be self-regulating. The district will be paid through probate, escrow, or whatever mechanism. Then you tick them off the system. And,
Okay.
we notify them, they'll see on that bill, that EDU charge is now back on their bill.
Mm-hmm.
The honor system comes in when they have a vacancy. They're going to want to tell us, hey, this property is vacant.
So that they get the
So
reduction.
take it off our bill.
Exactly.
So I see it as kind of self-regulating.
And we're going to create a bill via the APN on it, the parcel number. So at that point, if it wasn't a vacant unit, then we would still get our money at the end of the year during property taxes.
Right.
So either way, I think like you said, it's self-regulating.
The only way
So
we,
that means we're going to decrease the main bill that goes out to them by these 8 EDUs.
That's exactly what we're
And we'll
talking
have
about.
8 new little satellite sub-accounts, so to say, which will then be turned over for the tax collection.
And it may not even take board action. It could be them making the decision to write us a letter saying, these following parcels are not, they're not
Occupied.
inhabited, and we are not going to pay the bill for them. Seek remedy from that piece of land. They write us the letter, and then we just deal with it, and the board doesn't even have to take action.
but do we have to, but doesn't the board have to agree to do something like that first, though? Like tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's cleaner that way, I guess.
Yeah, it would be.
I guess
That way somebody down the road
you
won't
could take
say,
action to say you won't turn off their main meter for lack of payment on vacant parcels.
right.
It could be good
Right.
with a simple motion like that.
Theoretically, we could turn off the whole meters, both meters.
But it would be,
Followed our rules and they
Yeah,
underpaid,
right, we could do that.
yes.
But let's take,
So that's the kind of action you
just for
could
the
take.
sake of discussion, let's take lot number 30, the bottom one that's been vacant for 10 years. Let's say we're going to be getting $236 a year built up or leaned, right? And let's say, and you'd most likely shutter, say if it's another 10 years. And so we're looking at this one, whoever's on the board then,
maybe not.
is there any way that the county or the city or PID can say it's been vacant for 10 years and you owe us $2,340, whatever it turns out to be, and condemn it because it's most likely condemnable right now? Have you ever pursued that?
We have tried,
I mean, in other words, to have the public health come in and condemn it.
and if we could get the town to back us up, or somebody, we have tried the state, the town, nobody wants us because we're a condominium unit.
Yeah.
And they're sort of like trying to find.
That are really mobile homes. I mean, that's the,
PID.
But they're not under mobile home law.
exactly.
We're not a mobile, it's not, they don't consider it mobile home because we're a condominium unit.
Through my company, I've
Everybody
done
owns
work
part
in
of
that
it.
park for years, and the town doesn't want to issue a permit on it.
That's right.
I call the Department of Mobile Homes. Basically, it takes care of everything from taco wagons to mobile homes. They don't want anything to do with it. And finally, because we've done some rehab projects in there through the city, and finally, Kate just signed off on it and said, "I can't get anybody. We don't want to issue the permit, and no one else does."
Do the housing.
Can they decrease the ADUs if there's not even
I was director of environmental health. I can get more houses in this county than anybody ever did
That's too bad.
before I was here. But I had told the line, it took 3 and 4 years to get the first notice till I got them torn down.
I'll be dang.
And when I quit, I think the whole thing stopped.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's basically with the town, we can't get a code enforcement officer out because I don't know if he's working.
No, you're only there a couple of days a week.
We know these buildings need to be taken out. We convinced one They had delivered her a letter in December, she finally agreed, she tore the thing down under permit, like she's supposed to. There's no water going to the property, there's no water going.
That's the one the water's capped
Mm-hmm,
off.
exactly.
It's capped.
But we can give you the AP numbers if you want those, we can get those to you and request relief on those. And the address and everything else is perfect.
So what?
Well, what's the board's pleasure? What do we want to do here? Let's move on with this. I think it's an easy decision.
I'm reluctant to give away funds, so I think we should go the route of putting the lien on the property.
Okay, so can you bring up the original motion so I can see what it was?
I didn't give you a motion because I didn't know.
I thought there
where
was a
this
motion
gonna
at the end. of
There's a
this.
motion
Oh, I
one,
did.
There's a motion.
page 81, but that's not adequate.
Don't deny me, George.
I was more efficient than I thought I was.
Right.
Well, I have to apologize. I left my iPad at home. I didn't have a chance to go home and get it before I came here. I had
I'll
all
give
my
it a
clothes.
try, and then you guys just fix
There's
it.
one on page iPad 81.
He's got
Yeah,
it.
that's
We've got
what's
it.
up there.
We're up.
It's not close to the one, is it?
No. I move approval to allow EDU service charges for specified EDU APN numbers as provided by the Eden Rock Management Group be removed from their bill and accounts opened individually for us to enable us to move our billing process to the tax rolls. Finish it up from there.
Tax liens.
I think
That works.
understood.
Yeah, worked for me.
Second.
Okay. So, let's take a vote. Is there any other more comment from the public?
Whoa.
Okay.
Just think the money you're saving us will go into our fund so we can pay.
That's exactly the way we're looking at it.
Right.
Lauren, you had a comment?
There's not they said they charge $140 a month for the water, garbage, and whatever it was. There's not a conflict then, you're gonna lower the cost of whatever that is that PID takes off then for them?
No.
That's their decision.
Yeah.
We don't pay 140, 120.
It's 120, a year or a month? A month. But you don't, these vacant ones,
But you're not
they don't
charging them
pay
anything,
anyway,
so-
do they?
That's why they get into this when they go out of probate, they hit us for how many thousand on the last one?
Oh, and you don't get it. You don't get it.
The county got their taxes, though, so you guys will get your money.
Right.
Did
Everybody will
that
be
answer your
ahead of you.
question, Lauren?
Well, it looks like to me, if they need it for their $120, and that's including the water, then when you go try to lien it too, the landowner could easily say, well, look, we already got liens from these folks, and we've already paid it, or am I missing?
We're leaning it for service.
They
They,
have an entire water system they have to operate and maintain,
yes, yeah.
not just feeding water in one individual parcel. So that whole park benefits from the fact that they have an entire water system.
Yeah, so it doesn't affect us at all because we're on the opposite side, taking off the EDU service charge.
Responsibility ends right at the meter.
Exactly. Okay. Did that answer your question, Lauren?
Yeah, I just didn't want them to get in trouble for double billing somewhere, it looked like, it
No.
sounded like it was gonna be.
The billing they're doing is separate from us.
Eden Rock State budget's $30,000 a year for water.
Okay.
We're not gonna get in trouble anymore.
You, in your records, you must have a copy of that 1993 PID letter recommending.
I have it down in the office.
That would be interesting to see.
I'd take a copy of it.
It might be good for our archives.
Yeah, exactly.
20 years from now, whoever's on this
Curious what
board
it
will be
says.
wondering what in the hell's going on.
Okay, let's move forward, guys. Roll call vote, please, on this.
Director Fletcher?
Yes.
Director Hunt?
Yes.
Director Kellogg?
Yes.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
President Crowell?
Yes. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being patient with us and hanging with us till now.
The
We
letter.
hope that helps you out.
A letter to him now. I've got records back to 1967 when it started.
Really?
Thank you.
When I moved up here,
You don't have to.
Thank you for bearing with us.
Thank you for bearing with us.
Yeah, exactly.
you remember?
Good luck on your water project. That's what it was.
Because I couldn't
I
keep paying
don't-
that much money for rainwater.
I don't
See you guys later.
Thank you, sir.
remember, Larry. I just evidently paid the bill. and that was
Okay,
it.
item 8B, customer appeal from John Romalia, review and consider information with regard to capacity fees and meter installation estimate provided to John. I guess, Director Barber, if you want to start.
I'm a director.
Not director, manager Barber, sorry.
We just,
No, I know, like.
he just got demoted.
Yeah, exactly. That's a sideways move. Would you please fill
Several
us
years
in?
ago, at the board adopted a policy at my suggestion that we do all service line installation unless it is a contracted project.
Such as like we did down on Wayland or something like that, the
Yes.
pipe fill-in on Wayland.
Correct.
Okay.
And the reason we allow that is because they do the work prior to it being connected to our system. To touch our system, adjust a valve, tap it, anything requires a distribution licensed certified person. And so we felt at the time, and the board agreed, that we want to protect our water, we want to protect our water quality, so all of that work and that tapping and et cetera should be done by our people under our direction. So an estimate is provided to the customer. Keith O'Brien puts those together. Customer pays the deposit. If it costs less, they get a refund. You see them all the time in the check register.
That's what I
If it
told
costs
John.
more, we ask for more. So that's why we set the rule. It is controlled by the state, so if you wanted to give any kind of relief, you would still have to have him pay for a certified PID person to monitor and inspect the work as it was being processed to make sure it's done correctly in a safe manner, protecting all of our customers. So that's where we sit today. I didn't talk to Keith. I would imagine that if he wanted to reduce the cost, about the only thing that I would probably support is that he excavate the trench and plate it and be responsible for it until we come in and install the water line, service meter, etc. Much like PG&E does. PG&E allows you to excavate the trench on a gas line and a power line and to their standards, and then they come in and do the work. So if you wanted to give them some relief that way, I guess you could allow that for him, and going forward that a customer could excavate the trench prior to us coming to do the work. Because some of it that's built in and some of it's across the road, in his situation. I said some of them. I wasn't talking about your situation. Some of them are across the road. It takes a town permit, therefore that's probably not an option for some people, but some people that would work out. When we goes out and estimate, we don't know if there's a Volkswagen Sidewalk there. We never know.
So George,
that's somewhat factored in.
Does it mean that they can go out and hire a contractor who has the certifications you were talking about to do the job instead of our crew doing it?
Not under our rules.
We would require somebody from PID standing
You
there.
chose not to allow that because we want to control and protect our own water system. Yeah, they're certified. They're supposed to know what they're doing. But at the time when policy was adopted, it was we should do the work. It's our system. We have to protect all of our customers that drink that water. Therefore, we should control that process.
Well, aren't we really just talking about the connection? I mean, they can do the work from the connection at the main all the way, or
But it's
from
The other side of the
to
meter,
their home.
exactly.
But it's all interconnected. We have a process that we deal with to make sure that it's flushed properly, that the pipe's clean when it goes in. So if they're doing that work, we don't know what happened through that whole process. And when we turn that valve on, it's connected to our system. We don't have control of what happened to all of that piping.
So, but
There's
you're
a certain
saying-
amount of backflow.
Yeah, it could be backflow.
That-
It could
that
be
happens and-
contamination that backflows into the system and moves down the line.
If they did something wrong, it could cost the district thousands of dollars in fines, correct?
Oh, if you get a boil water order, you're talking about lots of. Or there's instances where backflow situations have occurred where a chemical gets backflowed into the main and it sucks into the PVC line, and there's miles of pipe that has to be replaced because you can't flush that constituent out.
I had that happen on our pipeline that came from John Hankey.
Huh.
because of no proper backflow preventers. This is several years ago. We were off. In fact, we were watching the ball game. When we got home, I got a glass of water to take my pills with, and I said, "Geez, something in it." Well, it was fertilizer. I didn't know, because I don't sample fertilizer, although I put it on all the time. And what happened? He had some people that didn't know what valves to turn off and on. Well, I called the PID number. This was years before John got on it, you know, and they came down and they bought us a truckload of bottled water, and everybody else down there and started flushing the lines on here. And so it can happen at that particular point.
Okay, so I want to hear from John's perspective of this. We've heard this a few times. So now is your big moment. We've asked you to put this on the agenda, and so now.
First of all, I'd like to correct, the property is owned by a family-held LLC. It is Alamer Investments. I'd like to bifurcate this into two parts. The first part being the connection, the second part being the capacity fee. Just to try and keep it, we'll deal with the connection first. I've been around this kind of work for years. I don't plan on doing it myself. I have spoken to multiple contractors, two of which you have used previously. I have also confirmed prices with Groniger Supply based on the estimate that I received. It appears that you're working with about a 33% markup, maybe a little bit more on it. The second thing is the estimate, well, let me go back first. I have spoke to each one of the board members individually on this. Mr. Flesher did come out and take a look at it. The backflow preventer is actually the riser is already in for it. It is less than 3 feet from where the meter is going to be. Any claims of backflow are ludicrous. There is no pavement cutting. The distance from your main, which is on my side of the street, I believe the main is approximately 10 years old, to where the meter will be placed is less than 10 feet. To give the labor estimates and there are no other utilities immediately adjacent to it. It's already been marked. The labor estimate is ludicrous. And I think a lot of the people on the board here have used contractors before. I've had workers. If you tell them you've got 12 hours of labor on this through 3 guys, they're going to use that time. It could be hand dug and completed in probably 2 hours with 2 guys. I'll put it back to Director Flesher. What's your time frame estimate in seeing that? And I assume that the line is between 36 and 42 inches, which is your standard since it's a relatively new.
It is approximately 10 feet from the road, and it's there would be strictly on the shoulder of the road, and it's all sand. But you never know. I've dug enough holes in Paradise that there could be a Volkswagen type rock, as George stated, right underneath here. But I would kind of doubt it, but that's a chance that you take. And it's less than 10 feet. And he does have the pipes coming up. I've installed quite a number of backflow preventers. In fact, I helped John install his after he flooded our line. And it's ready to go in. And whoever does it, I would think that they would want, before they turn the line on, the meter, to have your backflow preventer in that piece of pipe you got in.
It's going to be in. But I didn't want to put a $350 backflow preventer
on this
in
bid,
and have it stolen before there was any water in the line.
So since we can't go back and change policy right at this point in time.
Let me bring up one other point on this. In looking at the district's improvement standards, 1013, contractors shall make all taps into the existing lines except as specified in the project plans. 1014, services shall not connect to transmission lines without the written approval of the district engineer. Maintenance and bonds, section 403 requires for a 2-year bond at 40% of the construction cost. Section 801 says the owner promptly and diligently cause the improvements described in the agreement to be constructed and installed to serve all of the parcels. And in the pipeline specification section, 10.01 General B, taps and ties on district mains may only be constructed under contract with PID. Taps and ties for projects constructed by contractors under contract to a developer by PID on a work order basis. So we got conflicts in the standards. I've went to.
I don't understand all those numbers.
I don't even know what
Do we
it's
have
saying.
conflicts in our standards?
I'm not going to debate it. We have different standards for how the project's being done. Connecting a service to an existing main does not generally fall within those standards he's identifying off the top of my head. These are for development projects where you have an agreement.
Like CHIP.
Like
You
CHIP.
remember that project?
Let me,
Yeah, okay.
John, let me interject something here, because this is the first time. One of the things that I guarantee the constituents of the Paradise Irrigation District, if they want to talk to me about any problem within the PID, I'm listening to them. And as I told John when he called me and asked if I'd like to come out and take a look at it, I'm not going to tell him anything. The only thing I told him was his pipe was 10 foot from the marked line, and that's the only thing I told him on here. And I fully plan on doing that as an elected constituent. I don't know if John voted for me or not, but his neighbor did, because he's one of my past students that I just found out today. But anyway, about 2 or 3, I don't know about you directors, but about 2 or 3 times a week I have 1 or 2 people that talk to me about the PID, and it's generally always positive. Had 4 today, and one of them was Dr. Anthony Rudick, and he found out I had an eye appointment, and he found out that I'd been up watching the fish dump, because he and I are friends off this, and he started talking about Greg Dobbs, and hell, Dobbs doesn't need a boat. Rudick thinks he can walk around the lake on water, and he taught him as a 16-year-old how to fish, and he just loves the guy, and he loves the PID and the lake up there. And then the other guy was named Duncan, and he parks cars.
Wandering around here.
It's a good story, though.
No, we don't have time for stories.
We got to move forward.
What I'm trying to set, Hunt, is why I went and talked to him, okay?
Okay.
Good. And Duncan was talking about all of the PID staff, how good they are, and he parks cars at the fishing day, And then I went to John's place after that. And so I'm not running around looking at this, but if a constituent asks me to come and talk to him, I'll do it. And I don't worry about the clock.
Well, you can do it, but don't make me listen to your stories about it. Hey, really?
You're going to have to hear it.
Hey, Ken.
Okay, let's
I
keep
can
it going.
remember you as president. You're just getting some of your own medicine right.
Well,
I can remember that when I first started hitting the meeting too. But anyway, that's why I went, George. It wasn't undermining anybody and anything like that. Good.
So, John, I can assure you that we see checks for refunds pretty much on a monthly basis on any services where I don't know if there was. I don't have my iPad.
We haven't had
So,
that services.
but on refunds of whatever, not on services, but on estimates of hookups. And especially we saw a lot of them a couple, 4 or 5 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, we saw a lot of them. So I don't think they're going to stand there. I don't think we have the policy of, hey, there's 12 hours to burn, so let's go sit in the truck for an hour, or let's just dig really, really slow.
The crews never see these estimates.
Yeah, that like I said, I don't think there's a standing policy of, hey, let's burn the hours because we estimated the hours on there. That would be somebody more like a private entity more than a public entity. So I don't have any concerns there that that's going to be the case. If you dig the trench yourself, do we have to have a PID for that part? Nobody has to watch. He just has to dig it to our standards.
Yeah, he's got to dig it to the depth and width we need, and he's got to get his USA, and he's responsible for any damage. But that's
Fully approach with Smith.
Okay.
We can't.
I would imagine a large part of that is the backhoe work we were estimating of the estimate.
Well, it's 132, the equipment charge, and a guy running it for 4 hours.
Okay. So, and you think you're going to dig it within 2 hours with 2 guys and 2 shovels, so,
I'll take the mini excavator
Okay.
over there and stay 1.5 feet, 2 foot from it and,
so if he digs that,
take the last.
can we have Keith redo an estimate for him that shows he will dig the trench and we will do, I'm not willing to give up us the connection as far as us, okay?
That's reasonable.
Now, that's our policy. I'm not willing to
Two-man
change
service
that policy.
For what, hour? Ballpark, I mean.
I don't know what that estimate's gonna be, George isn't gonna speculate on what that estimate's gonna be, but we would allow you to dig your own trench, as long as it's to our specifications, and then what other portion could he do? Could he have his contractor up there, but we would have to have a guy on site to inspect, or be watching? We made the comment we'd have to have the PID
That would
distribution.
be if you let him do the plumbing.
The
If
plumbing part of
you're
it.
gonna have us do the plumbing, then I would suggest, what I tell Keith, he's gonna dig the trench. He can have sand there for us. We'll come out, we'll tap it, run the line, we'll sand bed it, cover it at least whatever Keith's comfortable with, and then he can backfill it the rest of the way once we know everything that we've constructed's been protected by sand.
That's reasonable.
You okay with that?
That's reasonable.
We'll have Keith, let's direct Keith to redo that estimate and
So that way we don't have to change.
provide John
policy.
with all the information that he needs and to conform to our standards.
That's
We,
reasonable.
we need a motion?
I agree with that completely. and
Do
I'm
we need a
glad that
motion
you-
for that?
That's, I can't ask for anything
Because
more.
our people will actually, do they put a saddle on the pipe, or how did they do that? They put a saddle and then run over to your line, set the meter, and then I wouldn't turn it on until he had his backflow preventer
The
on.
backflow preventer will be in, you tell me, we'll figure out a day and the backflow preventer will be in and inspected the day before and certified.
Since we're going to change this, we don't actually need a motion, do we?
No, it's not a change to policy, it's
No.
not a.
Exactly.
We're
So,
just-
and we're not giving up the complete thing, so
Right.
if that change satisfies you.
I'm happy with that. Now
The-
I'd like to address the capacity.
Because of the time we have tonight, if I can cut you off on the capacity fees, I know your feelings on the capacity fees, and I think probably most of the board members know your feelings on the capacity fees, but it sounds like we're going to discuss capacity fees. I'll let you say some parts on it, but as far as making any changes to that, doesn't sound like we're going to be doing that until after we approve the budget.
Yeah, so
Correct.
we're looking July, August.
I'd save your guns for then.
No, let me explain something. I want to occupy, we're already under construction, and I want to occupy by July 1st. Okay, I'm under the gun on that. Can we agree that if I sign the finance agreement on it for the capacity fees, that anything will be backdated?
If we make a change and decide to eliminate capacity fees, we would eliminate that.
And there's
Are you willing to
Is that
pay
what
a
you're
higher
saying?
amount if they raise it?
Well, yeah.
No, it's,
Gamble time right now.
I've been instructed to make a few points tonight and I'd like to make them because.
No, but did you hear what he said? If
I'm
we-
not agreeing to that.
Okay,
I'm not-
Okay.
Okay, we do not need capacity fees in this town. The monies have been collected and never been needed or spent. It's currently at $1.6 million. I understand it's been earmarked for a project, but at this time, we're sitting at $1.6 million in the capacity fee account. It's questionable the nexus between the proposed project and the capacity fees for the individual development. PID is 94, the district is 94% or slightly less built out based on the number of parcels versus the number of water meters. PID is 90 to 92% built out based on maximum density per zoning versus the number of water meters. Water demand has decreased in the last 7 years, despite there being more districts in the meters in the district. No notable increase in population in the district in the last 10 years. The district has remained nearly the same size for the last close to 100 years. The district, any expansion of the district based on the scoping EIR that went out a few years ago has been met with stiff opposition. The parcel owners have already paid for the system of adequate size. How? A large percent of the property taxes prior to 1978, including bonds. The first 3/4 of the district's life. Paid for building this system. Rehab of systems or replacement does not have the nexus to new capacity. The bonds are still paying for the major projects. It was said yesterday in the finance meeting that the capital assets are depreciated, therefore there's no value in them. Our capital assets are there. On your own website, it says that to reconstruct the reservoir would be $650 million. Grants are another way.
I don't think so.
Grants are another way.
$650 million?
Where'd you get 650, John?
I think it's on your website on the history. To build it today, the reservoirs, it would be $650 million.
To build.
Equivalent dollars of tax inflation.
Okay.
That's what it's talking
For 100 years.
That's most likely pretty correct, too.
No, actually, that was a part of my presentation, just so everyone's clear. The district passed a bond in 1916 to build Magalia Dam that was worth more than the
Parcels in Paradise.
parcels in Paradise were valued at. So if it was built when I calculated at that time, there was $650 million worth of taxable property
Compared
value
to
in
what
our
the
district.
property is now.
Yes.
That's just talking about inflation.
Grants are another way that the property owners have been taxed and used by the district to build. When you get a grant from the state or the feds, it's our tax dollars. It's just coming from a different pocket. This district has done very well in using the fire hydrant funds to combine them with grants to fix leaks, to increase sizes. The buy-in, or whatever we call it, shouldn't be based on, it's already been bought in. Required studies for the capacity fees have never been kept current. Okay, that's the points that I wanted to make.
So in your particular case, though, let's get back to that. You would like us to
Have a clause in the agreement.
have a
that
clause in the
says,
agreement.
In the event the cap fees are waived as a result of a change in policy, that he would like to take advantage of it.
Yeah, he said he doesn't, but he doesn't want to go the other way. If the capacity fees increase, he doesn't want to be billed higher.
What does nexus mean in this context?
Direct relationship?
It's a legal term.
Yeah, every 5 years or so, I generally recommend that a nexus study is conducted focusing on cap fees. I understand they're around $4,500, which is actually cheap.
Some don't charge any.
Well,
How many water
Top
districts?
Feather has $15 million of hydro revenue, and they don't charge cap fees, but this district is different. Most districts that don't have hydro charge much more than $4,500 for a 5/8 meter. It's if you did an nexus study, I know you kind of suggested that the district ought to do one, but I would suspect
You might not like where it goes.
Yeah, an expert would come back and say that figure should be 8,000 or 10,000 because
Dustin?
that's the true nexus.
Would you give us the definition of nexus? That's what Bill was asking for.
Nexus just means there's a relationship, cost of service. What does it cost to buy into the system, the capital facilities that are required to serve whatever size meter the customer wants?
So, but the word kind of means relationship.
So we're going to
cost and service.
We're going to let him stay at the rate that we have estimated for this particular service. If we decide to raise rates, we would leave him there. But if we decide to eliminate capacity fees altogether, then he would be entitled to a full,
I think that's what he's
That's
requesting.
what I'm asking for.
okay.
I'll sign
What
the
I'm
contract,
asking
I'll
you,
sign the
is
note.
there a problem with that?
No, I think the district ought to be prepared to do it for anybody else, though.
Well, we'd have to.
Until we do our
Yeah, we
study.
have to, if we did it for him.
Well, but we wouldn't have to go back years on capacity.
No, we could draw the
Do
line
we have any
today.
outstanding agreements? We did one,
Not for capacity,
We don't have any,
not for capacity.
When's the last time we collected a capacity fee?
the pipeline.
The Paradise Community Village.
What month, what year?
that
This
was
year.
This year,
and that was a
I've been
big
doing
one.
some looking up on that. It was about $52,000.
yeah.
Okay, so
For this year.
are we going to include them in this?
My
How far
recollection
back?
is they actually requested that. Remember, we went back, when are we going to charge them cap fees? And they kind of requested that it be deferred, and the board said no at that time.
No, they
You
actually,
didn't have the financing at that point, huh?
they wanted to pay them.
Yeah, they wanted to get them before anything happened to them. I
Before it
think.
went up.
Before we did a study and raised them.
I think that was it, yeah.
They've paid them.
I did some work in other districts. One of them was in the OWID when George was an engineer there. And it wasn't South Feather at the time, and I don't know if they had the power situation then or not. But we hooked a line up out of Palermo, and it was over $20,000 capacity fees.
They had capacity fees, they just waived them once they started getting
Yeah.
Into the
hydro.
power
It's
business.
within
New
the last
hydro
couple of
revenue.
years that policy changed.
Okay, yeah, because this was 8 years ago, whatever it was, George. It was before you came up here.
Used to fight people down there on capacity fees too.
Do I have a
Nobody
motion
likes them.
by somebody?
For what?
To what?
I'll make a motion.
We're
you tell me.
that we're gonna,
Instruct
okay.
legal counsel to include language in the capacity fee financing agreement that would allow for him to not have to pay them if policy changes. You may want to put a time frame on that in the next year or something.
And
Dave-
reimbursement of any expenses he has paid to date.
When are you gonna do your study?
July,
Or
August,
when do you anticipate the board's gonna address?
July, August.
July or August? Okay. So from
July or August?
4/1/2013 to 3/30/2014.
I'll make the
Timeframe.
motion, whatever you want, and I'm going to the bathroom.
Okay. Do I have a second? So Director Kellogg is so motioned as was spoke, even though we know that's not actually, okay. Is there a second?
I don't know what the motion is.
The motion is to include a clause in the capacity fee financing agreement that says, in the event the board changes its policy and either reduces or waives capacity fees from their current rates, that John would be able to take advantage of that.
For how long?
Anybody
For a
in-
year
from,
term.
from
For a whole
4/1,
year?
from 4/1/2013 to 3/30.
From this date forward, would we back up and let the people on Clark Road in?
No, 4/1
Okay.
2013
Before 113.
to
Okay,
3/30/2014.
I'll second it.
There's 31 days in March.
31 days to 3/31/2014.
Well,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Okay, we'll wait for our vote until Director Kellogg gets back.
In other words, what we're saying is we're going to make our mind up by,
yeah, well,
No.
I'm not at all comfortable with the language. I mean, you
We're
haven't
just saying that
developed
if
it
we
yet.
make any change in the next year,
Yeah.
he's going to be excluded.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
what
but
we're
I don't, no, that's not, I think there's too much wishy-washy stuff. If we make changes and just change the names of things, let's say we don't call it a capacity fee any longer, and we call it a service fee. Well, does that mean that the capacity fee has gone bye-bye down to zero, and he's exempt from that?
And I would recommend that you change the labels of.
Yeah, but you don't get a vote.
I mean, I don't, so you're free to overrule me, but capacity fee is a legal term. It's defined in the government code. So
Well,
you-
we're making new terms.
Okay,
If that's what we're considering.
No, you're considering
No,
a
that's
provision
what-
in the
no.
financing agreement.
That's what the committee is.
Half of the committee
considering.
is considering
Oh,
it.
okay, I got you.
Okay, there's lots of things we can do.
Ken.
But the
I'm gonna allow
committee
you-
couldn't
Only
agree on
half
it,
of the
could they?
committee is.
I'm going to
concerned.
allow you to show your disapproval with your vote. Does that sound fair?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
Of what?
Oh, God, John, kill you. All in favor, say aye.
State the motion.
Aye.
Okay, do you want to hear the motion one more time?
Georgiana can't restate that.
I know.
Don't make Dustin restate it.
Yeah.
The motion was to instruct legal counsel to amend the capacity fee agreement, financing agreement, to include a provision that would allow John to obtain the benefit in the event the board either reduces or eliminates the capacity fees within the next year, starting
The next 14.
April 1st, 2013.
Isn't that any customer?
It's anybody.
It doesn't have
Could
to
be
be.
Anybody.
Okay, anybody.
Because
It's not gonna be just
you
John.
gotta treat all customers the same.
Yeah,
way.
no, we have to treat them, exactly.
Treat them all.
Well, we don't have any other agreements, so it doesn't even have to relate to him. It could be any
Any agreement.
Any agreement.
capacity fee financing agreement.
From within this year term. Yeah.
Correct.
Once the decision's made, though, if we make a decision in July or August, then that's the end of the road right there. Correct?
Well, no, because you still have till 3:30 to make another decision.
331.
Yeah, if you're giving it all year, see, that's
I could
what's
write
wrong
it
with
that way
the,
if the board wants.
that's
Once the decision's made, look
That
at,
the term is the shorter of when a decision is made or 1 year.
But the way the motion is now, if we decide to raise the capacity fee, he's in under the old.
He's locked in.
he's locked in. We're going to allow John to be grandfathered in on his,
grandfather.
Because I'm making my payments in the meantime.
Okay.
Okay, now I'll tell
I
you.
amend the motion,
Okay, see if you
To-
catch what I caught.
I amend the motion that whichever shorter, a year or when we make a decision to change
Okay.
the capacity fees.
I'll second the amendment and call for the question.
okay. Vote on the amendment. The amended motion, the amendment to the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes 5-0.
I think we aren't done.
Vote on,
We haven't voted on the
vote
motion.
on the motion
As amended.
I think
as
that
amended.
we would be doing an injustice if we only allowed that for people who go into a financing arrangement. What are we going to do next week or next month if somebody, or in June, somebody shows up and says, okay, well, I'll just pay the cash for this capacity fee, and then
Did
4
we
weeks
specify
later,
financing?
eliminate.
We didn't
Specify
specify financing.
Yes, it did.
Oh, it did? Oh, I didn't catch that.
I know.
Well, I thought you said just the finance charges were the charges, whether they paid them cash,
No, I
check,
think
credit
we should-
card,
We should
financing.
make it for all capacity fees, whether they're financed or paid in cash during this time frame of wishy-washiness.
I'm ready for your motion. I'm ready for your amendment then.
I'm not going to amend that.
You're not gonna, you're just gonna come up
Can
with
you
the
amend the
idea.
motion that's been amended?
Yeah, an amendment.
Yes, oh, yes.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
Call
Okay.
for the question.
Okay,
I amend the motion to include capacity fees, even if they're paid in cash, not financed, from here to eternity.
all capacity fees.
From here to the expiration of this motion.
That's good.
I'll second. All
Call
in
the
favor
question.
of the amendment to the amended motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
We're
All,
not done yet.
all in favor of the amended motion,
Double amended motion.
say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I'm
No.
opposed.
We have one no. Passes 4-1. Thank you, John, for bringing that to us. That was hard on us. Okay, item 8C. Jim has sat very patiently here, and Jason's back there somewhere. At least he was. Maybe Jason took off.
He's still there.
I lost you for a second there, Jason. Okay. A-zone supply and pumping concerns and recommendations. Review and consider the following system improvements for A-zone and pump station number 2. Number 1 is approval to authorize staff to issue a request for proposal to rehabilitate pump station number 2. And number 2 is approval to authorize staff to issue a request for proposal to upgrade the treatment plant SCADA with additional distribution system control and automation features. Manager Barber.
Ready? Okay, this is a culmination of effort of a lot of staff members and discussion and issues we've had over the years. But to summarize it, we definitely have a problem with pump station number 2. We have no control from the treatment plant. So anytime one pump fails, it takes a manual physical move of somebody to go down and turn the other pump on. And you guys correct me if I misstate anything. That leaves us at risk to a depressurized system. We were able to band-aid that with an intertie with Delaware Water Company while a tank was down. Under normal operations, it's generally protected by the storage in a tank. What happened is, as Jim reported in this report, we had a hydrant that got hit, and a tank was too far away to keep up with that flow, and the tank has to drop to a certain level before the pump will kick back on. It is not pressure controlled, it is level controlled. So, we are looking at asking you to move forward on an RFP. We've got an estimate in there, but you would be approving any final contract to at least, number 1, do a SCADA and upgrades to pump station number 2 so we can get it fully automated and have control at the treatment plant. And secondly, when you bring somebody in like that, I brought in the idea of we're already bringing in the radio experts, the techs that do all this stuff. We talked to you as a board back in the day when we upgraded our SCADA that there was SCADA improvements that we could do at all of our tanks to give us control at the tanks. But we didn't want to move forward with that until we were comfortable that the system was working and working satisfactorily. So I think it's time to do that as well. The situation is right now, when we get high demands in the summer, we have an automatic pressure control valve that when C tank drops, it opens up and starts pulling water out of B zone. And our operators don't have any control over that. So when the demands get up, they just have to start making more water. And they can't even say, hang on, if I was just to wait another hour, we'd get out of peak demand and I can draw down a couple 100,000 gallons of C tank before I tell it to fill it up. It gives them more control to manage the system well. We would have parameters that we would agree upon as operators and management about how much storage we always have to maintain for fire flow, etc. But we would also be able to utilize those tanks more in the winter, without a lot of demand. That water sits in there a lot more, and that level isn't fluctuated like it probably would benefit from doing. So that's really what our 2 main requests to accommodate right now is to move forward with an RFP for these 2 functions. The third is something that we still want to reiterate to you that we need, and that's an alternative supply to the district from the treatment plant, or a pump from what used to be pump station 1, moving it. And we deferred that when we started not raising rates and reducing our funds and our expenses. That project's been continually deferred. We want to let you know we still think that's a project we need. But these 2 that we want to move forward with, we want your blessing to move forward with a request for proposals. I don't want to have staff go through the effort of preparing that RFP and all of these vendors going through the effort of addressing the RFP if the board's not willing to move forward with actually building the project. So, anything you want to add, Jim?
This is...
Wait, let's hear from Jim real quick.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know Jim was going to talk.
Go ahead.
No. I was going to ask a question. You might answer it.
Yeah.
I'll sit. What I see at pump station number 2 is years of piecemeal assembly of controls and electrical control panels that are creating difficulties. Just a problem that has to be addressed with new technology. Being that pump station number 2 is so vital, we really need a lot of reliability built into that station. Flexibility to run it from the treatment plant, which we don't have. It's just becoming the need for state-of-the-art application of controls. In terms of enhancing our SCADA system at the treatment plant, operators are absolutely excellent at the way they use our SCADA, and currently we're using our standby person that has to respond in really an emergency fashion at any time of the day. Not cost-effective approach when you have somebody at the treatment plant 24/7 who's there, who will get an alarm and make it happen within minutes versus quite a lag time for a standby person to get up. I mean, we've had 1 o'clock, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. response times that have required. So those kind of problems really, and really what I consider is a lot of value for this level of expense for item 1 and 2. Those are estimates, the best we can do. But these aren't very complicated engineering tasks. A lot of our people will have a lot of experience in how to put together the improvements. Any questions?
Are we going to be then relying on both a pressure system as well as a level system? The SCADA will be able to control and monitor both those things. Right now you said we're on a level system.
Yeah.
So when it gets to a certain level, then things kick on. Whether we could have waited an hour might have saved us thousands of dollars.
In that case, it's more important that if there's a pressure reduction because you've got a fire or somebody ran over a fire hydrant or something like that, you're depressurizing the system because your pumps aren't coming on.
Pressure is much more important to us than level.
Yes.
Because level might not say anything about
Takes a while to
before any.
wake up.
Yeah, might exactly. Yeah.
Operators, by having pressure monitoring in the bottom of the zone, operators will know instantaneously
Something's
when
wrong.
customers at their service connection are either experiencing an outage or about to experience an outage. We need to be able to respond very, very quickly to avoid that. Things can exacerbate themselves and make it more difficult for us to respond if we don't know what's going on in the distribution system. We will know when a hydrant's hit. We'll know when there's a large water main leak. I'll remember we rely on our customers lots of times. They call in and say, there's water all over Skyway. You got some problems. That could have how long, we won't have to wait that long.
Yeah.
And depending on how far we want to take it, and we want to get with an expert, but at the conference I learned about, we have all of these PRVs in town, and we may have too many to make it viable, but they can be manipulated. But they've developed a small hydro, a mini hydro that can power SCADA equipment inside a PRV box. The challenge before was we had control or data coming at this PRV. We have to get a PG&E pole and a meter, and it's going to draw almost no power, or go solar panels, which have their own problems associated with it. So there's a lot more capability out there than there was even 3 years ago.
Okay.
That might benefit.
I was talking to Jason and Jim during the break. We had something go wrong at pump station number 2, or something we had to address. Not something go wrong, but something we just had to recently address, and we spent some money on that. And that's because we are in a piecemeal type situation where we're just throwing Band-Aids on the same old wound. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They could explain it better than me.
So, there was something, I remember seeing pictures of pump station 2, whatever we did there, and I don't remember, we were talking about it, but then we had to kind of cut short. Just to kind of refresh the board's memory.
Last year,
There was something and I want to say Bill brought the pictures, brought them in and was talking about there was something that we had to replace. It was not a common piece, but we were able to find it, we were able to fix it, something.
Yeah, I remember that. It was
Yeah.
an electrical component.
Electrical, yeah, it was something, yeah, and
And it ended up costing a lot less than what was anticipated.
anticipate.
We had motor saver issues, which is vital to the way we operate there.
Yeah.
That created some difficulty. That happened last year. And we've resolved that issue and gives us this is some new technology that gives him the ability to
Control it better.
troubleshoot.
Okay.
And be aware that problems may be occurring when we're on the verge of a problem.
And, as far as being piecemeal, things are added to it. So as far as something goes wrong, everything's just, it's not organized well because things have just been thrown in.
Just not, you're not gonna be able to run down to Ace and just find the part that you need?
Consolidate everything into one thing, and then you have a really good schematic and be able to make it to what you need to do.
So the rehab for that we'll clear out the old, we'll put in the new, everything should be serviceable. We'll be able to keep a better eye on it with the SCADA on it, and then if there's a problem, we'll be able to address it a lot quicker, but we really shouldn't have any problems. That should eliminate some problems for us as far as the pump station goes, but then we still need to look at some of the other problems that we have with not having pump station 1.
Right, just
in there.
right. I think you have a question from the public.
Just something that just hit me here. We just put in the meter system. Is it possible to put a pressure transducer on the same type of transmitter in remote locations? It's a pulse transmitter, right?
They're all, it's all proprietary.
I was gonna say.
Maybe Chevron has a pressure transmitter that you could put 5 or 6 in the district, and that would give you a heads up exactly where you have a problem when you're losing water.
We don't want that system talking to our treatment plant. We don't want anything talking to our treatment plant, but what we want to talk to our treatment plant.
We will use wireless for this, but you'd have a dedicated pressure monitoring station in the building without any other interferences with a meter location or a customer's location or anything. It would be separate.
Can we do this as one motion to approve both things? Or, and I'm gonna let Director Flesher talk here in just a second. Or, well, the third thing is a
It's more of a heads up.
that's a little more of an investment.
Yeah.
So we'll have I assume we're going to have a few more discussions before we commit to that one. But the first two, which is
$155,000.
is this choice number 2? As I read it, like I said, on my notes on my iPad, and I left it at home.
This is 1 and this is 2.
So 2 separate
You
motions.
can move them into one if you want.
Well, that's those 2. No, that's what I'm saying. I got the two motions.
I guess I was,
Yeah, that's 3.
Being more cost effective, having them combined in one RFP, because one consultant can do those
Do
things.
all the work, yeah.
We really don't want to, staff doesn't want to.
Okay.
We just wanted to give you the option, but I think we would recommend that it would be consolidated.
I think we want the SCADA to be upgraded at the same time and control this. If we're going to do this, like you said, it'd be a smarter proposal to have everything done and controlled in one shot.
I move to authorize staff to issue a request for proposal to rehabilitate pump station number 2 and upgrade the treatment plant SCADA with additional distribution system control and automation features.
I'll second.
I'd like a clarifying question.
Okay.
These estimates here, 75,000 and 70,000. I kind of read it that that's just to generate the request for proposal.
No.
No.
We're trying to let you know what kind of cost these projects, our best
Project
guess
cost.
for the project
Okay.
cost.
That would fix the
If
problem.
if that is the case, though, Ken, I want to get into the
RFP. I'll do the request.
I'm going into the RFP business because if you can just write a request for proposal for
Let me just say
$150,000.
there's been a lot of people that have looked at the numbers. We're not.
Okay, well, it said develop a scope of work for a RFP, estimated cost 70,000.
Yeah, that's a good clarifying question.
It's a good
I
clarifying.
just wanted to
yeah.
make sure.
Yeah,
No, it's not going to be.
Before I
145.
voted yes.
No, 'cause, I mean, it makes sense because it could be inferred that that's just the cost to design the thing and not
request.
build
Yeah.
it.
Sometimes we
This
vote
is
on
our
just
estimate
design.
to do
Yeah.
everything.
So that 75,000 under pump number 2 rehabilitation would be the design and the parts
Yes.
of the labor.
Yeah,
The
for
way these
project.
SCADA goes out, SCADA projects are generally issued as
Yeah, well, I realize there's
a
different sections here,
design build proposal.
but on
So-
page 89, the bottom figure there is 1.6 million.
That's a different,
I know it's a whole different thing.
that's number 3.
That's number 3.
That's part 3, and we're not going to,
We're not gonna do part 3, right?
I think I'm actually going to push, unfortunately, I know it won't make Jim happy. Let's vote on, is there any more discussion on that? Okay, all in favor of the
Well, I
mo-
got one question.
Okay,
Do we have the money, Kevin?
This has not been budgeted in this current budget, so we'll look at that in the next budget.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would have to be in next fiscal year?
Well, that's, yeah,
Yeah, it wouldn't be approved in,
it'll be approved in
Okay.
the budget of next year.
by the
Yeah,
end.
it's not in our budget this year.
It'll take the RFP that long to come back, or?
By the time we get together and figure out what should be in the RFP, then we
Yeah.
issue it, they have time to come look at it, et
Yeah,
cetera.
sure.
We're not gonna be awarding a contract before July 1st.
No.
Yeah, I did, okay.
Right, so it's for next year.
Okay. As far as that's concerned.
Good question.
but we want it in next year's, it'll be in next year's budget anyway. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay. As in relationship to part 3 on there, I would like to push, do we need to push that off to old business? Can we just,
Just tell them, thank you for the information.
thank you for the information, exactly. So I just want to make sure, I don't want it because this is something that is important. We do
Yeah.
want to look, we want to
If
come
you
back.
want, if you want to relocate it on your own and in your free time, go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jason, for being here. Appreciate it. All right. Next item, 8D, utility billing, printing, and mailing service. Review and consider proposals for full-page billing and printing and mailing outsourced services. Then we're going to get a summary of the bid proposal information, and staff recommendation will be available at the board meeting. So I assume that this was part of your meeting. Treasurer Phillips.
So I have a printed recap of the RFP and the cost associated with doing it in-house and keeping our current postcard in-house also. So just a background, our current bill is a postcard with perforated edges on it. It has no room for any type of information other than the charges associated with your bill, a quantity charge, a service charge, and then the consumption, past consumption, current consumption. So there are no graphs, no other additional information. There, we can maybe put, what is it, about 6 words in our informational box that we try to get out that says save water, or turn off your sprinklers or something, whatever we want to tell them.
Or go on the internet for a discount.
Exactly, yeah.
That'll
Go on the
that'll get them
We'll
there.
be even able to put on the quality of our water on it.
We could put a little
Any,
bit on there.
well, I mean, we're going to have choices to put just about anything we want on this.
Yeah, and I have some examples of what other ones look like. But the reason why it's coming to you so quickly is because we're changing from Springbrook over to Tyler, and Tyler has informed us that if we want to stick with our current postcard, that there's going to be certain charges associated with that because it's not a standard form. It's not a standard bill that they offer. So that's going to cost about the district approximately $1,000 to get that customized to conform to our current postcard.
That's
so
a one-time cost?
it's a one-time cost, right? My thought was if the board was wanting to go to full-page billing, then the time is probably do it now. If they wanted to do that in the near future, then expend $1,000 and then have that $1,000 just for 6 months. I think that'd be a waste of $1,000 that the district would be spending. So my thought was, let's go out, let's look at these, what the cost of a full-page bill is, What's the cost for us to do it in-house? What's the cost for us to send it out? And let's go and get RFPs and bring it to the board at this board meeting. So that's why you're seeing it today. That's why you didn't get the information quickly.
I don't know.
Because
I was going to ask, per
to send
month,
out
per
the
year, or
RFP,
whatever.
and I just got the proposals back on Thursday.
I remember I put notes on the iPad that Tyler program has preset formats
Correct.
for us to choose.
Yes.
This being one of them, I assume.
That's
No. Yeah, I'll show you the ones that Tyler has, but
Well, you're doing that.
they're all real similar.
But that one was one we would send them the information they would generate. That was one of the ones that would be on the request for proposal.
Correct. There's two options that we can do. We can send them raw data. They would then drop that raw data into their bill and then send that bill out to the customer. The other option, that with the one that I'm going to recommend, that they work with Tyler on multiple clients, is that you can print your bill to PDF, print all your bills to PDF, and then you send them that PDF file. They then print that PDF bill and then send that to the customer. The reason why I think that's the best way to go is because if a customer comes in, they want to print out of their bill, we have it already in our system.
Yeah.
The other thing too is that most of these companies, if you want a PDF copy of your bills stored for you, there's an additional cost to that. That eliminates that additional cost. There's no need to keep that PDF copy because it's our bill. We printed it. Mm-hmm. So for them to come in and to request another bill or for us to look it up, it's already in the system. The other thing too is that we can control if people opt out of paper bills. We control that on our end because all they're going to be charging us is per unit. They don't care if it's, we tell them we have 10,000 customers. Well, we only sent you 9,000. They're not looking at that. They're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's what they're going to charge us for. So that way we can control that issue too. So just to let you know too is that this price includes a full page bill with black ink, 2 colors of our choice, a envelope with a window on it that goes to the customer, and then a return envelope inside that also is for the customer to return the bill to us. It offers, in this bill, there's bills with graphs. I think there's one with a graph, that we can put out. There's down here is where they're talking about putting in your verbiage, but you can basically fill up there's a lot of customization that we can do in-house to push information up here or push it down here or however we want to put the information. But there's a vast amount of areas that we can put information in there.
Now, will the envelope come here? Will the envelope come here or go directly to the bank?
The envelope will still come to us because we don't have a P.O. box down at the bank. The envelopes all still will come to us. They'll still have our address on there.
Do we open them or do we just turn them over to the bank?
We just turn them over.
Yeah, okay, I figured.
Just like we do now with
it's the same exact thing. The other thing too is that they do offer an additional cost for bill stuffers. So let's say we wanted to put a nice little stuffer in there that says "Go to Kids Fishing Day." That cost, if we did a 4-color 8.5 by 3 inch stuffer, that's about 5 cents per item. So you're talking like $500.
$500.
$500. That's it because we've already paid for the postage. Mm-hmm. All it is the print and the color. If we did our own printing, it's 1 cent. If we sent them our own stuff, they would charge us 1 cent to just stuff it in there.
So if
we get out for 2 cents
monthly
instead of
or
5.
2 or 3 times a year, we wanted to put something in like our water quality or any other thing, it'd cost us a nickel or 1 cent if we printed it.
Right. If we wanted 8.5 by
2 cents,
8.5 by 11, it's
9
9 cents. So that's $1,000. So you could do a full page stuffer for 9 cents or $1,000 flat cost to get whatever information.
Is there
you
a
want.
discount?
So this
Send them the whole page,
If you send them the whole page, it's a cent.
even at 8.5 by 11.
Yeah.
one page, just 1 cent to stuff it in, no matter
for
what.
stuff, no matter what size?
Shipped, insert. They charge you a 1 cent fee.
What is that?
No matter what size?
Yeah, there's no size.
Okay. What about the bill? How often can you change the bill? I mean, if you wanted to put messages on the bill.
That's all up to us. We're in charge.
Because we're sending them the
bill.
PDF file, so whatever we put on this.
How long does it take us to put the bills on a PDF?
It would take us probably, all it is processing, so it'd probably take us, there would be no additional staff time because all it is a system generation. So she would just go print bills and it would system generate
So it doesn't take us any length of time.
It would just be the same. All you're doing is you're saying system generate raw data or system generate PDF.
How easy is it to change the printing on the billing for us?
Simple.
Is it simple?
Very simple.
Well, it'd be one screen, and then everything else would be fill-in information.
It's just a math. It's just a system change of mass message on your bill.
Like changing your header on the top of your letterhead.
Simple.
Kevin, do we have the capability of printing on the reverse side of the 8.5 by 11 page?
Yes, that would be. We could print two sides.
So we could use all commercials on the back.
Correct.
Messages.
A lot of that's for your standard verbiage, like you'll be shut off if you don't get paid by this and all that.
But if we wanted to include this type of material of one page at a time or the back page, like Ken was saying, we could do that and it costs us a penny.
If we sent them that, yes.
Yeah, if we produced it.
But if we just had it printed on the back of our bill, it wouldn't cost us anything.
Wouldn't cost us anything.
Yeah.
Other than, but you remember, we only get two colors.
Yeah.
Right.
But
I'm really talking about just trying to get some communication out.
Well, the thing that would do is eliminate them round filing it because it'd be their bill.
Good idea.
What are the colors?
Right.
What are the colors?
They gave us, I think it was
blue, black, and something.
Well, black's already included, so it was blue, red, yellow, and I believe it was green.
You get three colors then?
No, you get the choice of two. You get
Black?
three,
Plus
correct?
black.
Yeah, plus black.
Plus black, so you get three colors.
You get three colors. Yeah.
So,
Three colors, black. See, that means you can put a color over a color and get a different color.
Sorry, there's no yellow, just blue, green, and red.
Kevin, I want no yellow.
No yellow.
That's it. I'm not voting.
The cost
Oh,
you
and magenta. Sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
This is a great idea.
total cost here, is that per month?
Yes.
Is this,
on yellow
these costs
paper.
are all per month, Kevin?
These costs are all per unit. This is an estimation based on 10,800 units.
Units, 10,000 units, but that's,
10,800.
We based our estimate on 10,800 units per month.
Okay,
If we had
that's-
10,000, then the cost would go down. So it's cost per unit.
per month, okay.
Per month.
And this cost, just to let you know, let me tell you who I'm recommending you go with InfoSend. Not only are they the cheapest, but they are the most, they have the highest quality of product, and they work with Tyler on multiple clients. So they're a great.
When would you go to this? What's the earliest date?
We would go with it when we went live with Tyler. So that would probably be in June sometime. June, July, yeah. And this also, the cost is fixed for 5 years.
You're recommending InfoSend.
Correct.
And so right now, if we go with that way, we would be paying them $5,000 a month.
Based on if we continue to send out 10,800
Yeah, 10,000.
units. Yes,
But
What's
just,
our current cost is $39.72.
that's right. That's an estimate, yeah. Yeah.
You said 4,700 on background, $4,700 a month.
where's 4,700?
Where are you looking? Are you looking at the
Page
book?
98 in the book, on item 4,
Did I?
iPad.
iPad, page 98. Here.
We only put that in your book.
Now, the way we're currently sending,
47, oh, here.
the way that we're currently sending it out, though, it's costing us $3,972.
That was
4,700.
approximate. then
Approximately.
Oh.
I'm assuming these are all approximate costs.
4,700 is
But that's
wrong.
on the postcard.
The 4,700 isn't.
Is it
It's
correct?
a 39.72.
39.72. Yeah.
Okay.
It's more correct. Okay. Now, but the printing is fixed for 5 years, but not the postage.
Now the postage is based on the post
Based on
office.
stuff.
But the thing is that these guys get a discounted rate because they have machines that do pre-sorting.
Can we get some forever stamps?
No,
Get some forever stamps, maybe?
these are only 36 cents.
We don't
These
get
are
a bulk
better
rate.
than forever
We don't get a bulk
stamps.
rate, though.
Well, he's got 29 cents in
Well,
here.
postage is going to be postage.
That's
We're not going to be able to
postcard.
control that, but
Because
the
we don't
printing for 5 years,
Oh, this is envelopes, right?
Sounds good.
46 cents.
having fixed price.
Well, I'm sure the cost is going up.
Yeah, and all 15-day notices would be sent through, the 15-day notices could be sent through them. That's up to us on how we want to do it, but I think it's probably behoove us to send the 15-day notices through them also. So we could do all of our mailing through them and continue to get that same one piece. It's based on piece, so the 15-day notices would be sent based on that price per piece and getting that same type of discount.
15 days, that means 15 days before we shut you off?
Yeah.
Okay.
How
And
many
we,
of those do you send a month on average?
How many 15? Probably 150, I would say.
a month?
Yeah. And if you look at our in-house cost right now, there's envelope cost of the $920. Those are any past dues and 15-day notices. So if you have a past due account, it must be stuck in an envelope.
Yep.
So that is no longer available for the postcard charge at the 29. It goes up to that 46.
Goes up to the envelope,
So for $1,000 a month more, we would get a full page bill with much nicer
the availability.
bill. And we also would include a return envelope to the customer. So that's something that we would give to them that they currently don't have.
Which is optional.
It is optional,
If you
right?
did not, if we did not provide a return envelope, it would save, I think, about $150 a month on that.
Really?
The return envelope is about it's a cent and a half.
Oh, cent and a half.
With everybody,
That's
a lot of people are paying online, and there's a lot of people that aren't.
Well, here's my thought. When I open a bill, I typically throw away all the crap
return
that's in there,
envelope
the
is
return
gone.
envelope, everything, because I don't pay it right then. I stretch out the bill, I put it in my briefcase, I take it to the office, put it in a file. My daughter pays it 2 weeks later. We put it in my envelope, we send it. So,
Well, you're wasteful.
absolutely. So what we have here is we can charge our clients for an envelope, everyone, even if they throw it in the garbage, or because we have to raise our rates. I mean, we have to have our income to pay for these envelopes, or we can just have the clients provide their own envelope. So they can
As
either
needed.
pay us by buying their envelope down at Carolyn's too, or they can pay us by our water rates. So I'm just saying, don't provide the envelope.
Yeah,
And the people who don't mail payments in, they pay electronically as it's going to be going. We save a few bucks that way.
I'll reiterate maybe from the customer service side. A lot of customers complain that we do not give an envelope. There's a lot of complaints out there that there's no envelopes for them to return it back to. So
A lot.
We'll have free envelopes on the front counter. You can pick them up at your leisure.
We've had those all along.
Tried that, that doesn't make
Doesn't
me
work.
happy either.
we have pre-printed envelopes out there.
We'll put a bin out here. They can pick up
they have them. I'm just
an
saying-
envelope to put their money in, to stick in the
percent-
to stick in the tube, and
What
problem
percent pay in here?
I
You
have
don't
no
know?
idea. I don't know what the walk-ins.
It's high, isn't it?
We get probably on some days maybe 50 customers, some days 20.
online payment is growing though.
Online payments growing and it will increase as the
Exactly.
system comes up. So
All those
that'll be
wasted envelopes.
That'll be an eliminate. No, if they go
Online, they
online,
don't
if
even
they
get a
opt
bill.
out of the
Paper, they
paper,
won't
then
get
they
them.
won't get one.
No paper.
But I do
But even
think
they can pay online if they get their postcard. They can still go on.
they
and
can
pay
do that.
online.
Yeah. I do think it's a very nice customer service cost to have the return envelope.
Okay, how much more are we going to
I'm just throwing up a
Don't use those
sacrificial
puppy dog
envelope for
financial
the
officer
tightwads
eyes
who
on
want
us.
to cut back on money.
Okay.
Can we give a discount if somebody pays online?
Can we
No.
give a discount now?
No,
Why not? Well, they're saving us money.
it's the rules though.
I mean, that's my.
We have to.
Yeah, can't. That's
Can't?
gift of public funds.
For example, we can't pay their fee. We can't pay the processing fee, the credit card fee. We had to make sure that they all paid their own fee.
That I can
That-
see. That's giving away money. This they're paying electronically, they're saving us money because we don't have to send them a bill.
We're already giving it back to them because that'll make our rate increase smaller next time you raise rates.
There's some thinking for you right there. That was good.
I just thought if everyone paid online, then we wouldn't have to send out any bills.
Okay, so do we like envelopes,
You
not
want to
envelopes?
tell everybody that we're no longer sending bills, they must go online to find their bill?
No, but if you go online
This was
and
strictly
you
information
save money.
this evening, because he's going to be bringing more stuff back, or are we?
No.
No,
This is for
this is
voting.
action.
Yep.
Well, we can take action
Action
on it.
may
I
be
think we
taken.
should, because this Tyler Systems thing, he needs to make his decision as to what he was going to do on Tyler.
Well, it's going to cost over $12,000 a year just to do it, and
Not more.
$1,071.60 a month. Okay, the difference between
12,000 a year.
no.
No, it's 12,000 a year.
Yeah, you're right on the money.
You're right, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then the more it's a higher rate postage, which is going to go up faster than the postcard will.
It's only 7 cents more than the postcard rate.
Okay. That's interesting. You're saying only 7 cents more.
Right.
Usually aren't that way. Usually you're complaining about it.
You gotta
It's
hit,
7 cents.
you got to
more.
hit 10 before Larry's,
10
before Larry's
10
red
cents
flag
is
goes
too
off.
much.
At any rate, I in spite of all the advantages, I would stick with a postcard. So, any rate.
I would suggest we move into the real business world and send bills out in envelopes. Full page, take advantage of being able to communicate with our clients every month on something that they're not just going to throw away, a flyer, whatever we may send out via other means. And
Now, have you looked into
right way to do it.
Combining billings? Like, I have 5 meters,
Yeah, the new system will do that.
so that'll save the district
Not
some
on a
money
postcard,
too.
it won't do that, but
No, I
on
know.
a page it will.
But on a page, well, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to think of a way to save that 12.
Yeah, we can
See,
bill by
if people
customer.
go online, and if people, and if you combine things, then it won't cost us 12,000 more a year.
Ultimately, we're not considering the time it takes for the postcards, and they have to drop them off, and the staff time, that's not being calculated in there.
Right.
We're not taking into the 15-day notices, which have to go in an envelope, which we cannot no longer use a postcard on, so we're not taking all these little,
Count the
But you don't want to count them all.
remote happenings of somebody getting a car wreck driving to the post office to deliver bills.
yeah, exactly, there's a
Yeah,
lot
this
of
will
little
eliminate the
things
staff
that the
on the road.
postcard
Right, the only bad thing
associated
is,
with it, because we're
we're not going to
hands-on.
eliminate a staff member by
No.
going to letters.
Well, but the staff member's now gonna go, push button, print bills, downloaded, done.
There's going to be
You're gonna
efficiencies.
compile for 30 minutes if at the maximum, and that's it.
There's going to be efficiencies because they're no longer going to have to sit there and watch this print or print them out. The reason why I didn't calculate it in that is because our current utility billing person has 2 computers and she's racing back and forth on the 2 of them, and so she's pretty efficient. I really even with printing the bills. So
Slide her chair back and
she's-
forth.
Yeah, she's going crazy over there. But the happenstance that printer goes down, there's many hours lost right there by trying to figure out how that printer's going to work. What are we going to do? This and this and this. So there's efficiencies there. I didn't really calculate them in because I didn't want this to be kind of smoke and mirrors. This is the cost. This is what it is. But there is efficiencies associated with this.
I completely believe there's efficiencies.
But I think that
like
there's
when
an
we went to
investment
iPad.
in communication. This is an investment into communicating to your customers. This is an investment into getting your word out on how you want it to get it out, and to informing your customers on their water usage, giving them graphs, giving them understandings of where their water went. This is an investment in communication. It's not something that's going to quote unquote be big dollar savings.
Would it be possible to put on the bill their usage for the month?
Well, there was a graph, that last graph that you brought up was.
I mean, for
like-
everybody.
Yes,
Like a-
It's a
everybody's
graph per month.
individual usage.
It's not a graph that's going to give them the graph out of
Scroll, yeah.
out of
There's your
whatever
usage.
the, what's our
You're talking about a monthly
Utility
usage, like you
billings.
used on the 4th, you used this amount, and the 5th, you used this
Wouldn't that
amount.
be neat?
It is.
No, but that's by
That's
month.
monthly.
I want it,
He wants
this
daily.
month, I get in the bill, and this is when I use my water.
Let me just say this: is we could give it to them through a stuffer, but we're not going to be able to do it through this because this is utility billing. The utility billing is getting here's the
Monthly
last month,
information.
here's the current month. Calculate your
That's
bill.
still going to show them.
but it's going to show them per month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why they were
Why
up
couldn't
in,
you
why
do
in this particular case,
Because
they were up in
there's two
February and
systems
down
and
in
they're not
March and up in
communicating.
April.
Oh, they can't communicate?
You're going to charge, we're going to pay 9 cents full page in envelope, right?
It would be 9 cents if they printed it again.
If they
Yeah,
print
that's
it.
for if they printed it, but that's the extra page for advertising or anything else.
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's 900, if we figure 10,000 customers, that's $900 a month.
Right.
No, that's only that's only if you decide to send an additional flyer in your bill. That's optional.
That's not what we will send, and we still have all that room at the bottom.
But if we
to
print it
put
up,
a
it's
Back.
1
in the
cent.
back.
Page
1
on the
cent.
back.
If we print it up, it's 1 cent.
That's only if it's optional. Let's say you wanted to send the one page of that water quality report and put it in that bill. That would cost you 9 cents per bill to have it printed and stuffed in that bill. So it would come with the bill. When they open the bill, then they get all their stuff out of it.
But if we put it on the back page, it would cost us nothing.
Correct.
What about if we put it, if like in February, we said Kids Fishing Day is April the 20th, and if you want to help your grandkids have big fish, donate some money to Kids Fishing Day.
We can choose whatever we want.
So we could get money that way.
I'm looking for a motion.
I move to approve staff to implement the full-page billing system and use InfoSend for invoice printing and mailing. Did that cover it?
I'll second. Any more discussion? Comments from the public? Roll call vote.
Director Fletcher?
Yes.
Director Hunt?
Yes.
Director Kellogg?
No.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
President Crowell?
Yes. Passes 4-1. Okay, item number 8E, Director Kellogg's alleged violation of district policy. Review and consider complaint filed concerning alleged violation of district policy. Manager Barber, please.
Well, I've given you all of the salient points in my memo, so I'm not going to go over those again. I do have something else I need to add or discuss, and then Director Kellogg can respond. I was informed this morning that he came upon the job site and instructed our subcontractor or our contractor, Frank's Heating and Air, to wear hard hats. Well, yes, it's true. My staff was confused. They felt that's a contractor, that's their responsibility, but it is our project, and I clarified that with them. But I don't think it's appropriate for a director to be giving instructions to any contractor of PID, any employee of PID, or anything like that. So
I didn't instruct anybody to wear a hard hat. I asked him why he wasn't wearing a hard hat.
Okay.
And he told me. And that's all. And I thanked him and left. I don't instruct anybody to do anything. And that's been my policy for years, and I did not do that.
Okay, so Director Kellogg has asked me for about 7 or 8 minutes. He wanted to address these issues. He's got his hard hat on now.
Look out. Better turn the fan
should have
off
brought
so it won't hit him.
Except we would have need that refill tonight.
I'm a member of PID Board, Division 2. I've been elected to it as a public servant. At no time was I attempting to derogatory things about the district. I went out to look at the yard like I usually look at the yard. In fact, I was trying to not interact with anybody because I didn't want to disturb their work. So I walked around and saw the landscaping first, and I looked at the ditch, and I found that the culvert, which has been plugged now for almost 2 months, is plugged underneath the road. And water has overflown and done some damage to the ditch. And I found where you could possibly climb over the fence without much difficulty if you wanted to trespass. I went around, and then I went to the yard, and I walked into the yard, and I saw Jim Madrini working with 2 men and giving them instructions, and I said, "Hi, Jim," and I looked in the building and saw what I needed to see, turned around and walked out. Then I walked over toward the other building that comes in on a T, looked at some things there, and then Jim said to me, "Bill, I've got extra hard hats, and you want a hard hat?" And I said, "No, I'm only going to be here for a few more minutes." He says, "Well, I'll give you a hard hat." And he was about 100 feet away from me, and I said, "No, that's not necessary." And I kept walking. And I walked out of there, and then I walked over here, talked to Mickey, who was having a smoke break, and then I went in the office and talked to Georgiana and Kevin, and then left. I was not aware of the kind of things. I've never received that I know of a thing describing the regulations on hard hats. We've talked about it, but I hadn't seen anything. So the following Monday, after I received the agenda and didn't know for the life of me what that was all about, and I couldn't get a hold of Georgiana right away, and it was getting to be 3:30, so on Friday I drove up to the office and broke my routine in my work and got my whole packet and saw in there this reported allegation. And I told him, I said, I don't know whether to laugh or take it serious. Anyway, so come Monday, I went over to Ace Hardware and I bought this expensive hard hat, $8. And I went up to the yard, looked around. There was nobody for me to talk to at that time. I wanted to talk to Ladrini especially, and he wasn't here. So I had my picture taken next to a dump truck. And I came just to prove I was there with a hard hat on. Then I came down to the office, still wearing the hard hat, and talked to George. And we went to his office and had a little visit. And I sort of apologized to George for causing the problem, but I don't know if he considers it an apology or not. Then I noticed Ladrini had driven into the yard. So I talked to Jim, and I said, and apologized to him. And I also asked him a question, what's this anonymity business about hiding employees? And he says, I don't know what you're talking about. And I said, well, come over and I'll show you the whole packet here, and you can see. And he says, well, the part I'm quoted about, what do you think of that? And I said, looks fine to me. I said, there might be a little things in it that might be different. But I apologized to Jim for not wearing a hard hat and following the rules. I noticed there was one vendor there going over some siding or some flashing or something. He wasn't wearing a hard hat. So somebody told me that the yard had to be posted for OSHA requirements to wear a hard hat. So this morning, after Toastmasters, I came up to the yard and looked around, and here comes, I didn't know his name exactly, but the fellows in charge, Frank's, doing the thing. And I said, well, where's your hard hat? And he says, this job isn't posted. He says, I don't have to wear a hard hat. He said, there's no sign on it. And he said, this is standard procedure. And I said, well, thank you very much. I'll be sure to relay this on to other people, which I'm doing now. So, and then I thought about it, and I thought, and I've been told by other people that this is not an OSHA requirement. It is a district requirement, and I apologize for breaking it. And I will wear my expensive hard hat, I have already, when I come into the yard, if that's what it takes to continue to do what I do and looking into things at different times. I've always done that regardless of what board I'm serving on. The humor of it is, I think, are we protecting ourselves against pine cones, possibly a meter coming down? It's a tempest in a teapot. I do not understand this thing. I saw the crew on the servicing work on Skyway all wearing hard hats, and I thought, well, what's going to fall on them to need a hard hat? But this is, my opinion. That's not what the rules are for this district. So, was the yard signed? No. So all our vendors coming on the project don't have to wear a hard hat. The employees all have to wear hard hats. And since I'm considered an employee, I have to wear a hard hat. So I just asked why our requirements were more serious than OSHA. What will I do? I will apologize to each and one of you directors for violating the district policy for not wearing a hard hat. And I'll apologize, since the reporter's there, and I hope he puts it in the paper, to the community as a whole for not wearing a hard hat at the yard for all of 5-10 minutes after I talked to Ladrini and left. And I asked him if I could use his name, and that was no problem. So, and I got along fine with him, and I apologized to him for this. And I told him I was going to wear a hard hat tonight to the meeting. So, the whole thing is sort of, I'll go back over, a tempest in a teapot. It's a policy thing, and I've never, to my memory, have ever seen a copy of the district policy on wearing hard hats.
Thank you, Bill. I do know that back in January, or maybe December or January, I wouldn't say it's January, when I talked about if any director does want to go over to the corporate yard and see it, that I requested them at that point to come to the district office, get a hard hat, be escorted over to the job site, or they would call over and one Ladrini or somebody would come over and escort you around the job site. I do remember saying that back in, like I said, I think it was January.
Yeah, I remember you saying it too.
Because you got a hard hat from your son-in-law
and brought it to the next meeting.
And brought it to the next meeting and said, I don't want you to be mad at me, so I got a hard hat from my son-in-law. So
right, but the thing is that I've never been escorted to a job on any board I've been on when I go and look at the thing. Part of the advantage I have is simply going out where nobody's prepared to see me. I see work as it's done, as people react, and what the situation is, and that is the way I'd rather be, as unexpected. And I don't really need somebody to escort me on a job site. I have sense enough to stay away from where the men are working, physically working, and that's what I was trying to do that day, and I had all the way through the time I was out there. So I didn't interrupt their work schedule. I was no hazard to anybody, and as far as I'm concerned, I was no hazard for anything falling on me or anything else. And I think that's the right of any director on this board. As long as you do not tell somebody what to do, I think you're within the rules of the Brown Act. So I never tell anybody what to do. I may say, like, geez, this thing, the plants were real dry one time out in the yard. So the guys were on a break, and I said, geez, the plants are real dry, and something should be done about it. And that was the extent of my comment. And the fellow that was in charge had one guy go out and water the plants. They didn't realize they were that dry. They hadn't been planted yet. That's about the extent of me ever coming up with a suggestion. I know that the rules are I don't tell somebody to move a shovel, a piece of equipment, or do anything. And I inspect. And the inspections come back to you, as I did earlier tonight. One of the reasons I explained about things under the George's report is you could see or hear the results of my inspection of the yard.
Comment, Bill. If we weren't building out there and it was just our corporate yard, I don't think a hard hat would be required. But because there is building going on, I've heard that we're supposed to have one, and I've sort of stayed away from there because I don't like wearing a hard hat.
Yeah, they hurt. They're not very comfortable.
But the other thing is, as a director, if you don't realize it now, any comments you make are taken very seriously. I don't care which one of it is. If you make a comment, the employees are going to jump. And that's why you shouldn't be making comments to them. You may not be ordering them to do something, but because you're a director, they may take it as an order. And so, and I don't think that's our job. We should not communicate with employees when they're working, I don't think.
Well, I actually tried not to. It didn't work.
Was there any other comments? Any other directors?
Do you have any comment, George, in regard to the posting for hard hat area for contractors?
Well, I know that the contractors we have clause about following OSHA rules, and that is a construction site that, in our opinion, requires a hard hat. So I'm not going to get into, I didn't do a full research on
I was just
OSHA
wondering if
rules.
it was easy to determine whether...
Are we required to post hard hat? That's what I was thinking.
I really don't want to get into too much of a discussion on this, but I've served as a safety officer in more than one job. And if you have a hard hat area, every entryway should be posted that you're entering a hard hat area. And I've done this other places, but down at Butte, for all these new buildings they just finished, I mean, they had some signs there 4 feet by 4 feet, in a big print. And they really kept anybody out of there that didn't have a hard hat.
It is district policy, though.
Might not be required, but it would sure be a good idea.
Well, if you get inside of there and you don't have a hard hat on, all that we knew as directors, because earlier we talked about that and Bill's aware of that, you've got to have it posted. And some places now are putting it in Spanish, like they do so much of the stuff now. So if we really wanted to be legal, every entryway that we have should have a sign on it, I would think, George. If you really want to enforce, except for our employees. Now we can, any of us are all employees. We can enforce that, but to really have it a bona fide hard hat area, it should be posted, every entryway.
What does OSHA think? Or what do you think?
OSHA is very strong on hard hat policies. They just updated it. Roofing contractors that are roofing have to wear hard hats.
Oh, yeah. And if you don't, because I worked as a roofer, your workman's comp is basically null and void. You'll still have to pay for your employee if it gets hit on the noggin, but oh boy, you're big shape.
Just go back to a few years ago. We had a guy on a backhoe driving down a paved street, and he didn't have a seatbelt, and we paid $6,500. We were looking at $18,000.
Well,
they have more OSHA inspectors out in the field than they do in the office, and they're doing nothing but looking for fines.
They do, really.
That's all they're looking for, is generate dollars. So
I used to go around
aware of this.
I used to go around with some OSHA people and put workshops on as a matter of help them. It used to be the industrial department, the Department of Industrial Safety, I think it was, or something like that. And I had 3 or 4 of them that I went around the North State and helped put workshops on, and they're really tight on that.
John, you had a comment?
Yeah, OSHA's vague on their exact wording is each affected employee shall wear protective helmets in areas working where there's a potential for injury to the head from falling on objects. The standard also addresses situations where electrical hazards are present. So that it still leaves it vague on what's the potential for a falling object.
OSHA's always vague.
That's what allows them.
Swinging a hammer. And
that's what allows them to write the fines the way they do.
Generally speaking, let's go to some sites like our site up here. You got a person hammering or whatever it happens to be, and the hammer slips, and it flies 20 feet or whatever it happens to be. That's it. But there's safety standards, is what there are. And yeah, you just read one, John. But like on backhoes, the city of Orville, done a lot of work with the city of Orville when I was doing that stuff when George was out there. Well, anyway, if you get around one of their backhoes, you got to have a hard hat on, and the truck driver and everything else has the hard hat on, but he doesn't have to wear it as long as he's in the cab. But the minute he steps out, he's got to put it on. But the rest of the time, they don't have to on here. And on equipment operation, you don't have to have safety glasses. That's not a standard, If you're operating and no danger to the eyes, that's a big can of worms. But you better be safe because, if you get snookered, you're snookered.
Well, I'm going to go back to, I think we need to lead by example. If it's district policy that we wear hard hats,
Okay.
Director Kellogg's got his.
Let me see.
Director
How
Kellogg's
about
got
all
his.
the directors getting district policies on hard hats and other safety equipment? If that's the case, a copy of it. I'd certainly like to have it.
I think I think that's,
Learn a copy of our safety manual. It's about that thick.
yeah.
It's been to the board
I don't know if
before.
I don't know if we need all that.
Working in the update right now. That'll
I'm sure
probably
that
go
you.
back
The
to
reason-
board.
the reason
you
I
update it
asked-
quite frequently, don't you?
Yeah, we're going through one right now.
The absolute reason that I asked back in January, that if you want to look at the yard, come over here and they will get somebody, and I'm not saying you need to be escorted, but that's exactly why, because they're going to point out the things. Hey, we've got an issue over here. We need a hard hat when we go out to this job site. The whole reason that I asked that is so that that happens, because I'll tell you quite honestly, on one of my job sites, I don't want somebody just walking up and doing whatever, even though they're just sightseeing. It's not something that I want to have happen on one of our job sites. I don't know what your intentions are when you walk onto that job site. The only way I know your intentions is if you're walking next to me. So if you want to see the job site, more than happy to escort you through it, but it's not something where you should just have free run. And I agree with Larry that sometimes just the most innocent comment can be construed as something where, I don't know how the employees are going to construe them, but innocent comments. Hi and bye should be your two comments to them, and if you have a question for them, it should be directed towards a supervisor at the very least. If
I'm
not
here
directed
to
at
tell you how to
George.
do your job, Bill, but when you're up there, you make the workers uncomfortable, and uncomfortable workers are distracted. That could be a safety issue.
I'm going to do the job as I've done it in the past. I'll wear a hard hat, and I'd like to see the copy of the policy manual before you edit it, because I don't want you to put in it that I have to be escorted on a job site.
I can't make that policy.
I also want to make one comment, because I talked to Jim about this a little bit too. And we hired Jim because he has expertise in what he does. And we have a safety policy and we have a safety manual, but there's also a little bit of professional judgment that goes into that safety manual too. He talked about if you're supposed to have a hard hat when you're in a trench, but he said if somebody's upside down doing a job, he's not going to make that person wear a hard hat because he feels like it's more of a safety hindrance than it is a safety at that point. So there's a little bit of professional judgment here that I think that we need to allow our supervisors to do, and not to go through and go policy, 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 policy. We hire these people because we have expertise. But it also comes down to is listening to them too. If they tell you wear a hard hat, I think it's important that we also take that into consideration, that they know that this is a safety violation, that you're going into somewhere where you potentially could get hit in the head. OSHA has a big hammer, but we also are going to protect our employees too from getting hurt too. Who cares if OSHA says you don't have to wear it here? We want to protect our employees to make sure that they don't get hit in the head, they don't get something stuck in their eye, because that's our job duty too.
Going back to the first comment that I made on our shaded fire breaks, we had those crews working up there for all those hours and not one entry. That's super.
We want to maintain that record.
Exactly.
That is absolutely super, because every second of every minute you're on that job site, you're just 1 second away from a severe injury.
And we're a team here. We're looking out for each other here, not just.
If they're asking you to wear if they're asking you, would you like a hard hat? The answer should be yes, because they're asking you for a reason.
You must carry a hard hat in your truck.
I carry a hard hat in my truck.
Yeah, you have to.
So I'm on job sites all the time.
I carry a pen.
So
I carry golf clubs.
Imagine you have, while we're talking safety, once a week you have a tailgate, what we call a tailgate safety session, or whatever it's necessary, but at least once a week or something.
Every Monday morning.
Every Monday morning,
There's a safety meeting.
That's all documented. And do the employees sign off on that?
We take attendance.
Yeah,
We do one every Monday, and then every morning, each crew leader has a quick.
Yeah. A couple of the cases
job
that I've been
session.
involved with, Dustin knows I do expert witnessing, you're better off if you have them sign. Even if they may be sleeping or whatever, But if you have them sign, you got it right there. I think you'd agree with me on that. Maybe you wouldn't agree.
I haven't considered it. I don't know.
That's a safe way to do it.
Okay, so in moving forward on this, it says action may be taken. Are we taking any action? Does any director have? Lauren, you had a comment?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I too worked on a lot of jobs. You should have had a sign up there if you wanted everybody to put on a hard hat, that's first. And Bill, you probably should have put on one if you knew the rest of the company did. But from the public standpoint, I appreciate that you guys, you're elected by us. I want you to make surprise visits on jobs because I go to a restaurant every day and they know when the inspector's coming to inspect the food quality in the building. And believe me, that day gets special treatment. Every time, every single time. So the fact that you gentlemen go there without notice is a good thing, not a bad thing from the public standpoint. But the only other thing I'd like to add is I just wish you guys would all hug and make up because this looks bad to the public. It just looks like there's a. I don't think we've ever. It's a small issue. I don't think we've ever got over the raise yet. I don't think we've ever got over that, and it don't look like it to me. So I just like to see you guys all have a moment.
You weren't here before. There was some friction before, long before the raise.
Well, I'd like to bring down a barbecue and roast up some hot dogs and stuff. You guys could all have a beer.
Hot dogs. We want tri-tip. We want tri-tip.
Okay, is there any director that has any desire to proceed with any action?
I think we've done enough. I feel we've done enough.
I always want to make sure we're all on the safety train, and that's as long as we're doing that, then I'm okay. I appreciate what you said, Bill. I appreciate that you apologized to everybody, but I won't say that's an excuse for not wearing a hard hat when they asked you.
No,
for it.
I don't think it's an excuse
but
either.
I appreciate that you apologize to everybody. If nobody has anything else to say, we're going to move forward.
Well, I'll say something, Bill. I like what you said about you'll follow the policy. You know, once you understand it, that you'll live with it and follow it. And I think that's what carries the most weight with me, whether it was a mistake or whether you were being fussy or whatever, happened. As long as you're making a commitment and saying, if this is the policy to wear hard hats or you want steel-toed shoes or whatever I have to do, and if it's for all the directors and all the employees, then we'll just live with it. And I appreciate that attitude. I think that's the right attitude to take.
Thank you, Ken.
I agree with Ken on that too, Bill. It's good to be able to say you're apologetic, and I know that the people feel that way, and you're just trying to do your job, and you are doing your job, and citizens in the community feel that way. And but sometimes, as we're mentioning, George, we're walking a fine line, because of the fact that we say a little something about maybe the plants are drier like that, they may take it in the wrong way or something like that, But anyway.
That's the only comment I've made to anybody in probably 2 years. So normally I just walk through, try not to talk to anybody, disturb anybody, and stay out of areas where somebody's working, there's danger or could be danger. And where I went, there was no danger.
Well, I haven't got out because of commitments that I've got, but I've been trying to get with Keith and other people and Greg, and I've always either called George and tell him that I'm going to do that, or Kevin if George is not there, and just let them know. And they've already given me permission to do that anytime I need to or want to.
I know you said Ladrini wasn't available the second time you were there, but if you see him on the job site, I think it'd be appropriate to go over to him, say, Jim, I want to take a walk around this side of the yard or go look at this building over here. Is that okay with you? Get his approval on it because he's in charge of that job site up there.
Yeah, he should be able
and
to
he should be
clarify to
aware.
you what areas are
I'm going to
safe
be
and what
just the way I am, unless it's sit in that policy manual, okay? There's no need for that.
Okay, let's move on to 8F.
Yes,
Apparently,
let's do it.
we're not going to be able to go forward anymore. So, 8F, vehicle identification decals. Review and discussion concerning a policy regarding identification decals for all district vehicles. Director Kellogg.
I would like to get this taken care of simply because it bugs me. I think all the vehicles that belong to the PID should have PID permanent decals. George has a PID vehicle. It's a very nice pickup, and everything, and he's told me that he's put magnetic signs on the side. I've never seen the magnetic sign on the truck, in the yard or on work and so forth. So, and that's exactly what it's aimed at. All the other vehicles, as I know of, everything else has a district decal on it. And I think it'd be appropriate that George have one. He could have just a circle that says Paradise Irrigation District. But it should be plain to our customers and to everybody else who owns the pickup. If he doesn't want to have a company pickup, he had his own private truck before, and he could do what he wanted with it. But this one belongs to the district. So I would like a vote from the board on it, and I expect actually to lose, but I just want to get it on the record, and then I'll go away, and I won't bring it up anymore. But it just buggers the devil out of me, because I don't think this is a good policy for the district, for the vehicles involved. And that's it.
Are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion that all district vehicles have permanent decals on the side showing that they belong to the district.
I'm waiting for a second, otherwise the motion's going to die.
Just to get a vote, he wants to vote on it. I'll second it.
Lauren, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you. I thought we just had this conversation. If it's company policy, they'll all do it. Bill will wear a hard hat now, and because that's company policy, we don't make an exemption for him. We shouldn't make an exemption for any one of our vehicles.
You just said this is company policy. It's not company policy.
It's not company policy.
There's no policy. Put them on the rest of them. Anybody who doesn't want to have one don't have to have one.
That's what he's saying, is to make policy.
He wants to make policy.
He wants everybody to have a decal on their vehicle.
We do have them on everything, don't we?
What we're saying here is we want George to have a decal on his vehicle.
Because it's a company vehicle. It's one of the ones that don't.
We've had some problems in the past. I will express, in the past, when we had some issues going on, we had and I want to say it was a utility worker, or I don't think he was even a supervisor, utility worker that was accosted with his family, and I forget what restaurant it was, downtown, and this was just maybe a year and a half ago that this happened, and he was accosted by a gentleman and said, "That's your vehicle, I see you're a PID worker, and he just wanted to go into the whole, whatever chip was on his shoulder, he wanted to take it up right there in the dinner house. And I think it was expressed to him by the PID employee that it's not like the appropriate venue for us to be doing this. George shares a unique position, I believe. He shouldn't have to advertise, hey, I'm driving down the road, and I'm in PID. We all know, and I think it has been presented numerous times to the public, that we provide a vehicle for George. If nobody knows it by now, it is an F-150 quad cab, it's four-wheel drive, it's white, it has gray interior, it might even have an AM/FM with a CD player in it.
Oh, it has a radio I bought.
It has a radio that George bought. But for it to be marked fully all the time, when George is on district business or an emergency, those decals are on, I guarantee it. But for it to have to be...
Have you ever seen the decals on his truck?
I've actually seen the decals 4 or 5 times on it.
Oh, okay.
So
I never have.
it's not something that... But as far as when he's out in public, because it is a vehicle that he drives, I'm going to leave that to his discretion and that'll be the way that I vote. And I'll tell you straight up front.
Yeah, I would say that there are instances where we do not want him to have the decal on it.
Absolutely.
Tonight, George is putting in an additional 5 or maybe 6 hours, maybe 7, depending upon when we end up here. And as the manager, George has our permission and the latitude to get the job done in the hours that he deems are appropriate, whether it's Monday or Saturday or Tuesday night or a holiday. He's expected to get the job done. And George will take some time off when he can to compensate for those issues. And when that happens, if George decided that he wanted to go down to Costco on a Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. and do some personal grocery shopping and bringing it up to his house while that car is parked in the Costco parking lot, do we want to incite people to look at this and say, oh, there, what's a PID guy doing in here in Costco? Or if it's at the golf course, or if it's at a restaurant, or whatever the case may be. It's just unwarranted visibility that would perhaps require continuous explanation, and people aren't really interested in the reasons anyhow. It's just, it's there, this is the time we should be working at the office, so it must be wrong. And I think that we can eliminate a lot of those issues by not having decals at those times, and then at other times it's appropriate. That's my opinion on it.
As we go back to that utility worker that was there, they were required to take a truck home with them so they could be on emergency standby. Exactly. And he's trying just to have dinner with his family, and he's being accosted by somebody not really on the clock, just doing his job by having the truck and being ready. Met his family down there, if I remember correctly. And took a load of flack that really he shouldn't have, because somebody was disgruntled. And George, like I said, shares a unique position. So is there any more comment from anybody?
When I worked for other companies, I used to have a company car, and I wasn't required to. I was in management.
Same with me.
Management. I wasn't required to put a decal on it, and I just think that, in fact, by us buying the vehicle, we actually saved the district money.
As we showed it appreciated in the past 19 months.
Right.
So.
And so therefore he's not costing the district any extra money, and I don't see why we should give him any grief on it. So I would be against any requirement.
Well, in fact, we discussed this in quite detail when we voted on the raise and the compensation type. And I've been driving an E-plate rig since 1960, still driving one, drove one today, as a matter of fact. Butte College, that's what I look at, is not the names on the side. And mine has always had names on it, but when we went to magnetic signs, we had a policy, and this is at Butte College and at the University of California. And when we were on school business, even though we had an E-plate, see, that's what I look at. I look at the E-plates in the parking lot. We would put the signs on, you know. And if I was off at a meeting, which I was a whole bunch of the times, I would gladly put them on the side, because John Q. Citizen would see me leaving this stinking place, going home at 11 o'clock at night, you know. And he'd say, well, yeah, I worked half the damn night for you people on here. So I have, would you now put it on when you go someplace where the lake or like that, right? Is that where you put it on?
Yeah, last time I took it on.
When you're on official business, do you have any problem putting them on? I never did. Still don't. But, you know.
I don't think it's something George jumps into the truck either at the same time and goes, gosh darn, I'm going to run down like a mile and I got to throw some decals on my truck, you know, or my magnetics on.
Yeah.
I simply am not going to require George to have decals. If it was an emergency, I would expect the decals on so that people know. Just like it's a police car, it's a fire truck, it's an ambulance, there's a PID vehicle in the middle of the emergency.
Well, they have unmarked rigs.
Light in my toolbox.
Yeah, so.
Actually, us furnishing you the rig, and I think we proved it. In fact, I think Bill was also mentioning it. You're saving the district money.
Yeah, it was a cost.
And how much do you pay? I can't think of the name of the tax. You pay the state tax.
Imputed income tax.
Say that again.
Imputed income
Imputed tax. I couldn't think of that.
And I pay $100 a month for fuel.
Yeah, no.
Don't.
But you realize it's
personally.
I don't know. I don't know that one. I know.
Before we get down on the mat wrestling
that one.
Before we get down on the mat wrestling this, that is a nice perk.
Oh, I don't discount it.
Okay, good. But you.
I don't think I need to be running around with.
Because I put $100 of fuel. I put $100 of fuel in mine today. You know, and if I make it till next week, that'll be fantastic. And a couple of the trips will be up to the lake. But anyway, so I have no problem with it.
I'm going to call for a vote. Oh, read the motion back.
Wait, are you going to call a roll call?
Yeah.
Yes.
Rector Hunt suggested, Georgiana, that you start at that end once in a while. That
Either
end over
way,
there.
I don't think,
That was
either
his
way, I don't
suggestion.
think it matters. And since I'm president, I'm going to say, just start the way you have been started. Roll call vote,
That's
please.
a hell of a poor president, would you say?
I'm sorry,
I'd have to vote on that.
yeah. You,
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain.
How does that?
Director Hunt?
What was the motion?
Director Kellogg moved that all district vehicles have permanent decals on the side showing they belong to community.
Thank you. No.
Oh, sorry. Director Kellogg?
it's you again.
Yes.
Director Duncan?
No.
President Cronwall?
No.
I just proved to the public, even though there's half a dozen up here,
Eight.
I'm a coward to vote.
8G, unless, if I started at the other end, would it have changed your vote, Doug?
Not a bit.
Okay. 8G, Clark Road frontage property, discussion to provide direction to staff on interested buyer for the district's Clark Road frontage property. George, one more time.
I had an inquiry about purchasing that property. The board has in the past said they were going to hang on to it for a while, but I have somebody interested. Don't want to talk price, nothing like that. That's not appropriate. Before any time's invested, I need some direction from you. I posed some questions. I guess one question I didn't pose is, being property managers, is that in our mission statement?
Exactly.
Because it does take effort from the customer service manager to deal with the property management team and dealing with that. The house goes in and out of rental. We are now facing a termite bomb or whatever in there, and some termite damage we have to repair before we can put a new renter in, so it's been vacant as far as I know. The other place has been great. We get a good rent, solid renter, no problems. And I told them that in the past we'd been advised to sell both, not one at a time. So those are the kind of questions I need. I think that we'd have to get an appraisal. So you'd have to invest in an appraisal before we could even get into discussions. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dustin, they would have to declare it surplus and offer it to local governmental agencies. Is that true?
They don't have to. That's not. I don't think that's a surplus piece of equipment that falls under that rule. That's subject to check, but I don't think so. I think there's a real property exception to that.
I'll give you $1.
Is the interested buyer willing to disclose who they are?
Conflict of interest.
I
Larry.
know. I'll resign if they give it to me for $1.
I wouldn't want to advertise it. I didn't ask their permission. I can tell you on the side, but
Okay.
seems like a valid, real, it's not a.
Having not been in this discussion, in the past when we acquired the property and all of that, and I got this, I was looking at it. In fact, my wife and I have been talking about liquidating some property, and now really is not a good time, although it's starting to come back. Mm-hmm. So my thought on this, when we get the driveway and that all fixed up out there, which is rapidly happening, and some of that, I feel will be much better. And that could be a better price, So, unless we need the money, I would question why we would want to sell it at this time. I'm not saying we're going to keep it forever, don't misunderstand me. Because property is not an easy place to manage, as you well know.
We sold the other property in 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, in worse times for everything we wanted out of it.
And that was a good deal. Good.
That was a
price.
trade. What are the you mean the corporate building?
Sold office.
We got a good price for it.
Yeah.
If we could get 2007 price for it right now, I'd say sell it.
You can get 2007 price for anything right now. You let me know.
George, you
That's
indicated we'd have
We
to.
almost did on the administrative fund.
You indicated we'd have to get an appraisal. Is that because we're a government entity? Are we required to?
Just to kind of know current
Yeah,
market
you
value.
don't want to do a gift to public funds, I think. So you would, out of precaution, get an appraisal and sell it for not less than that.
Commercial appraisal is going to cost us $2,000 to $3,000.
What I would suggest is get a market appraisal for free and then decide whether we want to even think about it. But right now, we don't know enough about it to know.
Would Ron be willing to do that for us?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, you can get a market appraisal.
Why don't we just do that for right now? Have Ron give us a market
Well, what they do is
appraisal.
comparisons, you know.
Right, it's free. It doesn't do what we'll,
What commercial property?
Shot, and it'll be really darn close.
The other question you had in there is, do we want to sell both parcels together as a package deal? Take one, take all, you know.
Well, I'd like to hear Ron's input on that. That's exactly why.
Right.
Well, I'll give you my input now.
Sell together.
Yeah, I want to hear. You know what? I'm going to back up. I want to hear Ken's input right now. Ken, please, because I'm not going to get out of here without hearing it anyway, huh?
Yeah. That is that we have a property manager that manages it. Yes, it takes a little bit of our time in dealing with the property manager, but I think it's probably ancillary, not debilitating. I too would like to wait for the prices to go up. I also think that if we were to sell one now, let's say the price is good and we wanted to sell it now, that we sell it now and the piece that's left, whoever is going to become the owner, they're going to take it and improve it or do whatever they're going to. It's only going to enhance the value of the piece that's left over, and if they don't want to purchase it, we don't even need to generate income off of it. We could just back out of our relationship there and just let it sit. But I think that the value of that will continue to go up, and we can reap rewards on that over the next 5 years, since we don't have to sell it for cash flow purposes.
I wanted a question about property lines. I keep in my mind, is it split into two parcels or is it one parcel?
Two parcels.
Two parcels. And then we put PG&E, did we give PG&E a right of way for the gas line through
Yes,
there?
we granted an easement.
So that has to be added to the title then the
Already is. You took action on that last month. I think.
Okay, so it's in the title already, the easement for PG&E, and it's in two parcels. And then I'm sort of like Doug on the thing. If we're having some changes as we go in the yard now, and if for some reason you want to change the path that's supposed to come down out there and move it up the hill a little bit or change the landscaping or what have you, if we just sit on it until the yard is at least done and we've got everything we want out of those properties, then consider selling it.
One thing for clarification, we are talking about the lawyer's office, the old floral shop, is the parcel that they're looking at.
Parcel.
Yeah. Well, okay, I was going to say, I don't think we ever said what parcel we were looking at. I didn't imagine it was the house.
Yeah.
So.
Now, do they have separate septic systems?
Yes.
They do now.
Because I thought they didn't before, huh?
Now, one was on the property. Didn't the line go down into it or something? The old septic tank, wasn't it on the...
No, it's still on the property, but there used to be 3 properties and a mobile in the middle.
That's what it was.
So when we made our moves, we used the leach field from the mobile.
That's what it was.
Off of the lawyer's office, but that is on that piece of property.
Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot about that mobile that you
said. Well, that's what I was thinking. There was something.
The lawyer's office should be pretty nice inside. When Christian Johnson had that to me was a beautiful building.
And he's made some great improvements.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a separate.
When we bought it.
It wasn't nice.
Yeah, no,
it wasn't nice.
That was a cobweb-infested hole in there. So
He's put a meeting room in, flooring, redone the walls.
He's made some nice improvements.
But you know, when Christian Johnson had that, it was a beautiful building.
We have no reason to sell it right at this point. I mean, so
unless we're going to lose a renter,
should we just give direction that we're not even
invested quite a bit?
Right.
I'm going to ask the one final question. The interested party is not the renter.
That's what he's not going to disclose.
Is not the what? What did you say?
I think you'll only find out.
Trying to keep people private.
Never mind that question.
So do you have enough direction?
The CS zoning, when you did your zoning change here, or does that stay commercial?
It's same zoning, CC. It's,
Okay,
we didn't do
CC
any
or
zoning
CS.
changes.
They changed you to CS.
Did they?
I don't think so. We didn't get a zone change.
Yeah, I think I was at the planning commission.
We got a use permit, but we didn't get a zone change. Because they would have just, if they were
So
going
what
to do a
is the
zone
direction?
change, it would have been for
Who would we get to?
whatever.
Don't let me speak anymore.
Public agencies are.
CS.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
didn't,
he's-
we would have had to pay to get that
That's what we-
designation.
See, my wife managed that office
It's reasonable.
for 18 years.
It's like $2,000.
Bob Canterbury, all those people.
Okay, well, that's off, that doesn't even matter because that's off topic.
So you're gonna get a market appraisal?
I'm waiting for a board consensus to tell me what to do.
Let's have Ron give us.
Lots of individual opinions.
Let's Ron give us a market appraisal and see if it's
For the two
for
together.
two parcels or
and
in
for them
split.
separately.
Exactly.
Separate,
Yes.
right.
As a whole parcel and split.
I was
Three
sharing with
nods to
Ken.
that.
I feel comfortable.
Are we all good with that?
I concur.
Okay. We don't need a motion on
There are
that.
quite a number of very talented realtors in town, but Ron Knopf is certainly, that's the one my wife and I use, and she managed that
We're gonna-
office for a number of years.
Ron did very well for us in the past.
Yes.
Has done very well for us in the past. I trust his opinion. Treasurer's report. I'm going to skip the board recess because it's 10:35 and I am ready to hit the hay. So, treasurer's report. Go, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, my written report. Cash is currently at 5.4 million. Not much has changed from last month to this month. One thing I would like to highlight is we went over the finance committee issues, so the draft budget and the reserving policy. The reserving policy and the budget will be intertwined to come up with numbers that the board is comfortable with within that reserving policy. So I'll be working together with the finance committee for a presentation to the board, and the board will hopefully get that well in advance of making a decision, so they understand it. They have questions, they can come to me and ask, and we can go over that and go forward. So that'll be coming out in the next month. One thing though I want to highlight is that I did go to there's a funding fair, is what it was called, but 7 state agencies put on a funding fair that all of them presented for about 15 to 20 minutes about their programs that they have monies available for, and then afterwards they opened up the room for agencies to come and pitch their projects. I went in the thought of maybe getting funding for the water recycle project. The one thing that came out of that funding fair is that if you have excellent water quality or meeting state standards, have a better than a B rating, and have over 20,000 people in your community, you're pretty much out of luck. There's a lot of money available out there, but people that are doing the right thing have a hard time getting it.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving it at that. I'm still in contact with them. The project that we have doesn't fit into their cookie-cutted little agency projects. There's a lot of email me your project and I'll run it up the flagpole type thing and see what we can do. There might be some low funding out there, some low-cost funding. I talked to iBank, which we got funding for the Magalia Bypass project. But they are limited to $2 million of what they can fund. So that might be something that we can maybe delve into to look for that. So right now, kind of I'm on my boots are on, and I'm looking for some low-cost funding for that project. So
How bad do we have to screw our water up in order to be eligible for these?
you have to make state standard.
Lousy credit rating and.
Yeah, I know, really.
Wrong
How
way.
bad do we have to screw up
Maybe
before we
we'll
can?
find some funding.
We have to do what the town did.
Incredible.
Yeah. So that's one of the things I'm looking into right now, to look for funding for that project. And so as we go forward, and things change with that project, maybe prices go up with that project, that we'll have maybe the availability to get something that that's not an outrageous interest rate for that project. So,
Okay.
other than that, I can answer questions on anything at this point. But really, everything's kind of moving forward from some of the capital projects. Next month, or during the budget, me and Jim Ladrini have been working on a detailed budget for the corporation yard. So that'll be presented to the board so that the board knows each kind of category, what's going into that corp yard and the budget for it. And then we'll continually update that budget on the actuals as they go forward.
You got any idea how much we have left to fund that's set aside for it?
For that budget, for the corp yard, we budgeted last year. We didn't budget labor, our labor associated with that inside the budget.
Yeah.
Obviously, the labor was budgeted. It just was in some operational category or some other category. So, under our current budget, we have approximately $500,000 remaining, and with our detailed budget, we have approximately $500,000 remaining. So our two budgets coincide. What I'm going to do is I'm going to include the labor associated with it, the PID labor, and strip it out of the operational side so you can see the full cost of it, including the PID labor associated with that.
We're talking about this year. Still left us
this year and going into next year.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, and the approximate PID labor that's associated with that will be around $200,000 of PID labor that we are budgeting to be part of that project.
Anybody have any questions?
No.
And I'm waiting.
He answered one of the questions I had just now. So.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the treasurer's report as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Part B, approval of the March checks. Consideration and approval, general fund checks number 44432 through 44529 for the month of March 2013, totaling $587,020.27. I do not have my iPad, so I'm going to rely on you guys. Maybe I'll see something as we go through. I will start with Director Duncan.
Oh, okay. Page 2, 118.
Don't help me like that.
I noticed this Aqua
Mardell.
membership renewal. Do we have more than one?
That's AWWA.
That's AWWA.
That's not Aqua.
Oh.
Association of Water Works or something.
Oh, okay.
American
okay.
Water Works Association.
But there's another one just like it on a credit card.
That was for a conference. There's two different things.
Is the same amount of money?
For membership renewal? Is it
On page 125.
125.
104.
Say what?
Tri-Counties Bank,
Okay, the bank card.
104. Same amount of money, 238.
That must be. We sent two people to the AWWA conference. So that must
No,
be.
that's membership dues.
It says
We
membership
get-
dues.
We get some with our
There's your
district membership, and then we pay for a couple for the treatment plant.
Oh, okay. So so it's different. It's people, not the organization.
I think the one you're talking about is people.
Okay. I've seen the same amount. The same thing bothered me. Okay, page 6. Hertz equipment. The telescopic boom. Is it? Did we buy it or rent it?
That's a rental.
That's a rental? Okay. It's a lot of money.
I think I was going to say, if you could buy it for $950, we better have bought it.
Well, I thought maybe it was a down payment.
Yeah.
Okay, page 8, 124. Well, that's the lawyers. That did jump up a little bit, didn't it? Any reason? Any specific reason?
Here's your copy.
There's an
I know, I didn't get it till tonight, though. So.
Disharmony.
Disharmony.
Mid-Sep's team was
Disharmony, yeah.
Harmony last meeting. I
Yeah.
say that's kind of the effect.
That's the
Positive
cost,
effect.
huh? Okay.
I figure you haven't got such a good account, probably in any of the other districts for this harmony.
Okay. The other one was the banner. Which
Got one other one.
Got one other one. Oh, okay.
The banner on Wilson sign.
There were no race
I
to
wondered
see
where
if
it was until I drove in this tonight. I saw it when I went by several times, but I didn't realize it was. I thought, well, gee, we've got an artist in the group, but then I saw it was a fish
We do a
kids.
vinyl sign so it handles the weather, and we've got our standard one so we can change the date.
Great. That's all I have.
Thank you, Larry. Director Kellogg?
Now I have to go back, because mine weren't, let's see, where I'm at, if I have anything at all. Oh, on page 113, iPad, monthly expenditure comparison. I just was noticing on your nice graph here that every month from, well, not quite, let's see, every month from last October on, where our cost of labor has gone up, or this is payroll, right?
No, this is
No, payroll's the next one.
This is accounts payable. And if you look at the highlighted expenses, those are the reasons why. I tried to explain why those have gone
up
up.
above, okay.
Okay, the
Oh,
next
okay,
one.
the next
The
one.
Skyway project.
I marked the next one, so 114.
114. Yeah.
November, December, January, and February, all the payroll compared to the previous month.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I would guess some of that's associated with our retirees selling off their sick leave.
It is.
Oh,
So they
okay.
were selling it off instead of one check at the end, they were selling it off. Once they signed and committed to retirement, then they were selling it off over time.
Oh, okay.
What?
exactly why.
When did their raise go into effect?
July.
July.
It goes on July. Okay, there wasn't one in January. Huh? No. Okay. And when does their contract run out?
Next July.
Next July.
Next
or
July.
Next July 1st.
Okay.
What does next July mean?
Not this coming, but the
2013?
next one.
14.
14.
Okay, well, the
14,
next one
not
is
13.
2013.
Not this coming, but the following. Sorry.
It's too late for me to be that quick.
That's all I've got.
Just wanted to
Did
make
you see
sure.
my eyes?
'Cause I was getting-
Next July.
None.
Done. They caught them all for you?
No.
Director Flesher?
He hasn't had any for about 3 months. I think.
Not being nosy, but just wondering, I noticed here, I forgot I had the page here, do we have much garnishment of wages in our organization?
Not much.
I don't want to know who it is, anything, I just,
we have
the
one?
quick,
We have what?
garnishment of wages.
Garnishment.
Yes,
Garnishment.
we have two.
Do we have a lot of that?
We have
Not much.
two.
We're
A
down
few?
to 2?
Okay.
Yeah, we used to be as high as 5 or
Yeah,
6.
the only reason I asked that, one of the committees I served on at Butte College a number of years ago, that was one of the things that and I just was just wondering, because we have such a sound workforce, as far as I'm concerned, when I visit with them and see them, that's good that we don't have that problem.
Yeah, we had 5 at once.
There's two of them here, and that's all, I was just curious.
I worked one place one time, and I asked, this guy was threatening to garnish my wages, and I went to my boss and I said, what is the company's policy on garnishment? And he says, if your wages are garnished, you no longer work for us.
Yeah, that's the private sector.
It was Heron's Club up in Lake Tahoe. If your wages get garnished, you don't work for us.
Yeah, they don't want
We
to have to deal
don't
with the
do it.
paperwork.
That's the private sector.
Okay, you guys got all of mine. Was that it, Director Flesher? Was that the only one?
That's all.
Okay. You got all of mine. 'Cause
I
I'm
move
on my
we
iPad,
approve
so-
the March checks as stated in the agenda.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
I'll amend the motion so that we authorize a similar amount, allowing
It's
or
in there.
adjusting for extraordinary
That's
budget.
the way it is in there.
I know, but you didn't say it.
I says, as stated in the agenda.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Oops.
Then I don't have an amendment.
Okay. So denying the amendment, all in favor of the original motion, say aye.
All right, I'm
Passes 5-0.
No, I didn't vote.
Make a motion that
my
we...
God.
I make a
Are you
motion
moving?
that we adjourn.
No.
Okay.
Oh, director's comment.
Passes 4-0.
4-1. I'm not going to abstain, I vote no.
Oh, 4-1, I'm sorry.
Vote for 4-1, huh? Okay.
Correct.
It's too late for that. Director's comment. I'm going to start with Director Duncan again.
Okay, I'm not aiming this at any director, but I'm getting upset with any director putting things on the agenda without some backup information. I do not like coming here talking about something and wanting to make a decision or something without knowing what I'm going to do. So I think that we should consider coming up with a policy on how we go about putting things on the agenda, so that, and I think that the person, if they want to have something on the agenda, should at least have the courtesy of writing down their ends and buts and whatever. Because when I was on the town council, we got to a point where we get to the meeting and there was 30 minutes of reading of things that weren't on the agenda. And I don't like the idea of having to make a decision on something without some backup.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. Director Kellogg.
There was a little bit of backup that I told Georgiana, but it didn't get on, but to me it didn't make any difference.
It wasn't just you. It's been done by other directors.
Oh, okay. Well, at any rate, that's the most current one. I don't think a policy is necessary. If I keep losing 4-1, it won't be necessary.
What? A policy for what?
For what goes on the agenda. By adding things to the agenda. It's pretty plain now. You have to have it in by Thursday at noon, and should be. And if Georgiana wants more explanation, and I submit one, I'll be glad to give her the explanation. So.
Well, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
All on the same page, yeah.
Well, I think
It's
of it,
helpful to have it in writing.
yeah,
You know,
just,
just so I don't misinterpret what anyone would want. You know, I did send it to you to verify.
Right, and you called me on the phone, and I said, for what I wanted to do, that was fine, yeah. So I don't have any problem with your performance, Georgiana. I think you do a very good job, especially concerning the climate that I've helped create around here, so I think you're doing fine.
Director Hunt.
None.
Director Flesher.
I think things are moving right along. My colleague Hunt here on my other side over here, when I was trying to make a statement, I talk to a lot of people. I love to talk to a lot of people. My hobby is going to meetings. This is my third one today. But if any constituent said they know this, if they ask me some question about the PID, I'll be very willing to talk to them, but I'll never tell them anything other than I'll pass the word on. And of course, it's really nice when I can pass on compliments on our staff, and I get a lot of those. I don't pass all of them along, but anyway. So that's the point I was trying to make, Ken. Even though I'm not the only one that's windy in here, I might add. Which I've been observing since August the 15th, all right? August the 15th, I started observing.
You must not have been looking at me.
I know, yeah. Couldn't have possibly been looking at you. I'll just say I thank you all for a nice meeting. We're going to continue to have these nice meetings and move forward.
I should put a little more in my comments. One of the things, and we've proven that again tonight on several of our constituents, we meet their needs. We did that with Eden Rock, and we did it with John. And that's great that we can do that. Yeah. With the open.
It was nice to get John on the agenda because he's been talking to us for the past year. He's been bringing that up that he doesn't.
He started talking to you in August, as a matter of fact.
And all we did was kept asking him, just make it an agenda item. So finally, we got him to make it an agenda item so we could actually address it.
I have one more comment. When you talk to Lauren about hot dogs, make sure you talk about the all beef, good ones, and not turkey.
I know. He's going to bring his barbecue down for us.
Tea party,
Thank you, everybody.
Tea party, Barbara.
Meeting adjourned.
Very good.